Can we pray together? Almighty God, we call upon your wisdom, favor, and blessing as we execute the responsibilities you have bestowed upon us. We seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just, fair, and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. It's another day, and we have 6 candidates today. We have Ibrahim Rashid Adan for this morning, and so can we have Ibrahim come in kindly? Welcome, Ibrahim. Please have a seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Asante. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Let me say that it's a great pleasure to have you. Congratulations for being shortlisted for the position that you applied for, member of the IEBC Commission. And this morning, we will have just an interaction with you, getting to know you more, so that as we retreat to assess, we have a better understanding of your desire, aspirations, and where you have come from, and the suitability of your candidature. And so I want to ask my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you, then we will come to you soon after that. Please, Carol, thank you. Sorry. Linda.
Good morning, Mr. Adan.
Morning, Linda.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as a vice chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session.
Thank you.
Bwana Adan, good morning.
Morning, morning.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante sana.
Morning.
Morning.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Morning, Ibrahim. My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Pleasure. Asante.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, and I'm a member of this panel.
Pleasure, pleasure. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Aidan, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Morning. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ibrahim.
Morning, sir.
My name is Evan Simisati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session. Asante.
Thank you.
So we ask you to introduce yourself, briefly give us your profile, indicate if you have any awards or honors, and if you belong to any professional society, and just give us those milestones that you think are significant for us to know, and given that even Kenyans are listening in, they will be happy to know who you are. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Ibrahim Rashid Adan. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have been in practice for the past 12 years, an advocate of good standing, a member of the Law Society of Kenya. By way of academic background, I have a Bachelor's of Law degree from the University of Nairobi. I have a Master's in Business Administration, specializing in finance, from the University of Nairobi. I have a Master's of Law from the University of Reading, in the UK, specializing in oil and gas. I am an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and I believe, by way of my academic background, I have the suitable skills to serve this commission. By way of experience, I have been in private practice for the better part of 12 years. I have been conversant with electoral matters through election petitions. As a service provider for the IEBC, I have participated in several petitions. Notably, I was second chair, assisting counsel in IEBC 2017, the first annulled election. I was being led by lead counsel Mahad Somane in 2022 also, where we represented IEBC. I was also present in the Wajir petition that went all the way to the Supreme Court. So, by virtue of that background, I do believe I have sufficient knowledge of electoral matters. By virtue of being in active practice also, I am very much conversant with employment matters, very much conversant with procurement legislations and regulations, and I do believe that this knowledge that I have earned has put me in good stead to serve this commission. Chair, I was also part of an observer mission in 2017, accredited by the Law Society of Kenya, where I was fortunate enough to be an observer in Mandera County, Mandera South constituency to be specific, where I noticed firsthand the challenges that face the commission when it comes to polling day matters, where these challenges have a knock-on effect when it comes to election petitions. So I do believe that based on my experience over time and the knowledge that I have garnered, it has put me in good stead to sit before this panel and put my application across and say, listen guys, I feel like I can serve the commission to the best of my ability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Linda to ask you the next questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Adan, what skills and competencies have you acquired outside the legal profession and education that you think will help you in the execution of your mandate as an IEBC commissioner in the event you are taken up?
Thank you, Linda, for your question. When you look at the Act itself, it sets out various disciplines that require somebody to become a member of this commission. In as much as I am a qualified legal profession, I bring on board various skill sets. Number one, when it comes to electoral matters, having been conversant with election petitions, especially from 2017, where the Supreme Court made a determination and annulled the election on the basis of several factors, I do believe that I can make a meaningful contribution to the commission. When it comes to my management skills, having been an advocate for 12 years, I have been a managing partner in the firm of Wetangula Adan, where I have honed the necessary skill set to lead a team of around 8 associates. We have 2 partners, where I have been able to manage the litigation department, manage the commercial department over time, and that has given me a good knowledge and grasp of management skills. My master's in finance also aids me in making financial decisions, prudent financial decisions, where I do believe it will aid the Commission in making sound decisions when it comes to budgeting, expenditure, and financial issues. Also, in another related discipline, having practiced law also, it has given me a good sound foundation when it comes to survey and land matters. And one of the mandates of IEBC is boundary delimitations. And I do believe that having that necessary skill set will also aid me going a long way. I've also assisted youth groups from my community with regards to governance issues, and being a leader from the community, I do believe that it will aid me in making decisions on behalf of the Commission, together with the Commission and other commissioners, when it comes to making sound policy that affects perhaps maybe the youth.
Now, in your career journey, have you find yourself in a situation whereby you have been in a pressure environment, noting that in the recent past, the IEBC election year is usually packed with a lot of pressure, political pressure, and you are required as a commissioner to be able to be tested and tried and come out as a strong individual and contributing as strong factors in the rest of the team. Have you found yourself in such a situation whereby your leadership skills have been tried and tested?
Thank you, Madam, for your question. Honestly speaking, being an advocate is a high-pressure environment, because every other day you represent a client who believes that you are the problem to his solutions. And IEBC is a high-pressure environment. And I do believe the skill sets that I bring on board, being proper communication skills, having people skills that can aid the organization, especially when it comes to the challenges that the Commission face, Chair, when it comes to disputes amongst commissioners, disputes with stakeholders. I do believe proper stakeholder engagement is necessary when it comes to having proper meaningful engagements that will solve and diffuse the tension. Because the way to solve tension is to communicate. Effective communication aids and destabilizes even people who have a hard position and a hard stance. So apart from that, also, I do believe that marrying these two set of skills, whereby you come with knowledge and you come with communication skills, and you're humble enough to cede to grounds that other people have, will aid in solving pressure and sorting out the tensions that exist in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Caroline to also ask Adan some questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Adan, welcome again.
Thank you, Madam.
I'll pick it up from where my colleague has left it. I hear you speak about your experiences in electoral matters, and particularly your litigation experience. So perhaps you can take us through your understanding what is the meaning of the burden of proof in electoral matters, in election petitions, as enunciated by the Supreme Court.
the burden of proof in civil matters, because an election petition is a civil matter, is on a balance of probabilities. Unlike criminal matters where the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt, the Supreme Court has also put a more stringent, or let me put it as if it has raised the bar from a balance of probabilities, but to a higher level of balance of probabilities.
So applying that burden of proof, how did the Supreme Court in 2017 annul the results? What did it look into when it was annulling the results in 2017?
Thank you very much, Carol. Remember, in the 2017 election, the court moved away from the 2013 position where it said that procedural irregularities does not hinder the substantive position when it comes to IEBC and result declaration. So in 2017, the main issue was that the results were announced without the proper, all the Form 34As being transmitted. So when you look at that, whereby this is a strict position of the law, whereby verification of these Form 34As is necessary. But however, on stricter scrutiny, it was found that some forms did not even have, watermarks and proper seals. Around 11,000 polling stations had not even submitted their Form 34As. And it's on that basis that 2017 was annulled. And looking at it, it is the Supreme Court just looked at the strict position of the law in that if the law provides for transmission and verification of results, has IEBC undertaken its mandate? So that's the position on which it was annulled.
Okay, progressively, how did the Supreme Court then depart from that position and use the same standards in not annulling the 2022 results?
Thank you very much. In the 2022 position, the forms, the substance of the forms were the ones which had a problem. The forms had been sent. The issue was that the application for scrutiny and the application for scrutiny of ballot did not yield the desired result by the applicants. And in 2022, again, most of all the Form 34s had been transmitted and tallied. The only challenge now that existed in 2022 was with regards to whether stray ballots should have been indicated on the Form 34As. And this is a recommendation the Supreme Court later made and said, you amend these forms to that effect.
Okay, so to what extent then did the Supreme Court's decision in 2022 redefine the constitutional standards for electoral integrity, particularly concerning technology, burden of proof, and the threshold of fairness and justice?
Thank you. The 2022 election set out certain legislative gaps. As you have set out, one was with regards to the forms. They said that there is a need for these forms to include a column for stray ballots. They also set out that the form needs to also include other signatures like those of the observers and the agents. With regards to technological integrity, the Supreme Court pushed for more stringent and more, improvements on technological integrity when it comes to servers. The issue of Fungua server came about in 2022, whereby the Supreme Court set out that for IEBC, there is need for us to have a technological integrity in the transmission model, the voter identification model, or the biometric voter model. So 2022 basically set out some legislative gaps where IEBC now needs to take up, and bearing in mind whatever reforms that were pushed by NADCO to push for these legislative gaps to be addressed.
All right, so just a follow-up. In addressing the technological failures or lack of compliance with technology and the burden of proof in 2022, what is it that the Supreme Court said that would determine if the failure was material? What is it that the Supreme Court is looking into? And should you become successful as a member, what then were the recommendation, or what is the law that guides the IBC when it is carrying out its mandate insofar as any problems or any issues that may arise when using technology in the transmission of results or in any other electoral process?
Pardon, please repeat your question.
I hear you what you're saying, but I am not getting the substance of why the 2022, the Supreme Court did not annul the results, despite the fact that there existed other issues around the electoral system.
In 2022, if I get you correctly, in 2022, the Supreme Court, in determining the results in favor of our current president, looked at the procedural regularity by IEBC when it comes to the voter transmission, when it came to the tallying at the Bomas of Kenya, and the announcement of the results. So they looked at the strict letter of the law and even set out the position that the chairman did not need to consult, as set out in the IEBC Act, that he is the one who had the mandate to announce the results. So they set out that the procedural regularities, again, it went back to the procedural regularities as set out in the 2013 election. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Madam Koki to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili Aidan, I want to follow up on the same. This is your area of expertise, and therefore I want to bring it now down to the IEBC and refer to Article 88.4, subsection E, which I'm sure you are familiar with. So what we are looking for is not just the role of IEBC in resolving disputes across or around all the phases of the electoral cycle, but what you think would be whether IEBC has sufficient authority to actually resolve the disputes that come throughout, from the registration of voters or the limitation of boundaries all the way to the declaration of the results in an electoral cycle. So each one of these activities, and there are very many, has potential for disputes. Do you think that IEBC has sufficient authority to settle those and address those disputes? And then if you think so, then I will ask you my follow-up question.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador.
You can demonstrate that authority with the examples. Just pick 2 or 3 of the electoral cycle.
Yes. First of all, let me highlight what the election cycle entails so that we can break down from there how IEBC's mandate are. The election cycle, there is the pre-election cycle, there is the election cycle, and there is the post-election cycle. The pre-election cycle is with regards to voter registration, where a party feels like there's a dispute with regards to registration of a voter. He can raise that issue with the registration officer, who is an employee of IEBC, who has mandate to solve it.
Yes, like what kind of a dispute in voter registration can arise?
Voter registration, I can give you an example where say I am registered as a voter in Nairobi. I go to the mobile app, I verify whether I am a voter registered in Mandera, and then I say, listen, these details are not my details, so I can raise the issue with the registration officer so that at first hand, the registration officer can solve that dispute. From that cycle, there is the nomination cycle, where disputes also arise at nomination stage. At nomination stage, political parties undertake various candidate nominations. So when disputes arise at that stage, the returning officer is the first point of dispute resolution. In the event that he fails, this is elevated to the commission. The commission now sits in a capacity as an appellate jurisdiction to resolve these issues. There is a regulation also that was put out in 2017 in the Wajir determination, where the Supreme Court also held that any pre-election dispute shall be conducted by IEBC pre-election. That's also a dispute resolution mechanism of IEBC. Come to the election stage. At the election stage, IEBC's mandate is greatly reduced because IEBC no longer is an arbiter. It's the court which can handle election petitions. And that's a clarification that's necessary to make because IEBC now becomes a party to the dispute.
Thank you. With all the mandate that is given to IEBC under 88, Article 88.4, do you think they have sufficient resources, money, to be able to address and resolve disputes?
Of course, you cannot
while you answer that, just say what you would do should you be successful about that particular issue.
Of course, IEBC's dispute resolution mechanism is sufficient. However, we don't also want to overreach, judicial overreach, whereby IEBC is now trading in other people's territory. So I believe IEBC, to reduce the disputes, should act on election preparedness, whereby they train their staff very well, whereby they do logistical planning well, where they put in place security measures at poll day, so that they can now use that to reduce the election disputes. So practical examples is on polling day, and preparedness of presiding officers is what becomes a challenge in most of these election petitions, whereby you find so many questions arise out of IEBC's inadequacies. And this is a tribute to IEBC failing to train their staff adequately. And sometimes when it comes to also nominations, the challenge is also the stakeholder engagement and the civic education that IEBC has not undertaken adequately and sufficiently within the political parties.
Thank you, Wakili, and thank you, Chair. All the best.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Okay, I want to ask FCPA. Can we to ask you some questions, FCPA, please?
Thank you, Chair, and Bwana Adam. Pending bills has been a big key topic of discussion in this country. And as at, I think, June last year, there were a total of almost 700 billion in pending bills. And IEBC has not been left behind in terms of pending bills. And in their list of pending bills, legal fees is the leading pending bills at IEBC. They have a budget of over almost 3.3 billion, 3.2 billion in terms of legal fees. So noting that you have a legal background, if appointed as a commissioner, you will be offering legal advice to the commission. So what strategies and policies will you put in place to ensure that this issue of pending bills and the huge budget of legal fees is addressed at IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you, FCPA. I think, first of all, for us to be able to reduce the pending bills, we need to form a committee. Similar challenges have been faced even with county governments, whereby there is need for audit of these legal fees on the basis of which ones are verifiable. Sit down, holder, committee, stakeholder, call these advocates to a round table, and then negotiate so that you can see whatever is verifiable can be reduced. Number two, budgeting is also crucial because you cannot be sourcing for services on the basis of funds that you don't even have. So it's crucial because you see IEBC's enormous legal budget arises when it comes to election season, because even lawyers call it the boom season when it comes to election petitions and litigations that follow after. So if you can set out and map, have framework contracts with advocates so that you can negotiate also their fees in advance, bearing in mind that advocates' fees are also regulated by advocates' remuneration order. Another suggestion that I can come up with is having in-house counsels, whereby this can greatly reduce the outsourcing of outside legal work to reduce the cost that is being faced by the Commission in defending litigious matters. Another suggestion will also be basically the first in, first out rule, whereby the first bill that comes in is to be settled first.
Should IEBC actually be in court?
IEBC is an arbiter. You see, advocates will agree with me that when it comes to, I'll give you a practical example. When it comes to land matters, the chief land registrar is always in court. Why? Because he is the custodian of the documents. In this scenario, where two parties go to court together in election petitions, IEBC being the arbiter is mandated to be there so that they can produce the documents. So what needs to be done is proper training for staff, capacity building amongst, of course, the people who conduct the election and the returning officers and county returning officers, so that this documentation can be produced systemically at the end when each and every party cites a dispute. Because you see, at the end of the day, any person has a right to ventilate his issue. So you cannot say that IEBC cannot be there as an arbiter, as the person who, as the referee, basically, in that election.
I thought there will be a litigant, somebody who goes to court, then there is a defendant. So why should IEBC be there?
They are the custodians of the document. There is remember, Section 86 provides for application for scrutiny of ballot boxes. So if IEBC is not there, who will be producing those documents? You see, a court order only affects a person who is a party to that suit. If I'm not a party to that suit, I will just file it away if I'm served with those documents.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Evans Misati to ask some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much. Prime, now, in trying to establish your suitability for the work of the IEBC Commissioner, please tell us your understanding of the roles of the Commissioner and the Secretariat in terms of recruitment and supervision of staff, their distinct roles.
Thank you, Mr. Misati. If you look at, I'll first set out the two roles. The role of the Commission, Mr. Misati, is to oversight the Secretariat and to provide strategic and policy guidelines for the Secretariat. The work of the Secretariat is to implement whatever that strategic plans that have been set out by the Commission. When it comes to recruitment, the Act specifically states that the Commission shall recruit the Chief Executive Officer. From there, the rest of the members of the staff of the Secretariat will be recruited by the directorates within the Secretariat. Remember, the Act also sets out that the Secretariat can put themselves in the position of directorates, agencies, committees. So when it comes to recruitment, the strict latter sense of recruitment shall be done by the Secretariat. However, there can be a HR committee which oversights the recruitment that has been done by whether these people are qualified, whether these people have requisite experience to do this work.
CEO wanted to dismiss her staff, and it comes to your notice that it's unfair dismissal. What would be your intervention as a commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Misati. You see, at the end of the day, everybody is guided by the law. The Employment Act also still covers the jurisdiction of IEBC. For you to make a determination that this person is unfit for office, what you need to look at, first of all, was notice to show cause issued. From there, was a disciplinary hearing issued. From there, did the set out procedure for the Secretariat to follow. And it is at that point that once the Commission's role in dismissal of an employee is to just monitor whether the Secretariat, first of all, followed the set out procedures of, and at the end of the day, the person who signs the dismissal letter shall still be the Secretariat. The CEO of the Secretariat is the person who signs the dismissal.
Thanks so much. The last one, to follow up on issues of personnel. During a general election, there is a possibility of having recruitment of temporary staff. Just mention one or two things that is a risk when you are hiring such a huge number of staff during the general election.
Number one, the problem that has been encountered, especially in my experience when I was an observer, was that most election staff are not properly trained. Because of the rush to recruit these people, most of them are not properly trained. So the lack of training brings about small challenges which end up nullifying even ballots. A sanctity of a ballot is not guaranteed because maybe a polling clerk failed to stamp on the ballot paper. Number two, material, there is also a risk, there is always a risk of employees failing to turn up. So you find a polling center is understaffed because there was a rush in recruitment. People just indicated their names as polling clerks and then they failed to turn up. Another risk is that there is a challenge whereby the confidentiality of documents, especially when it regards to polling documents and materials, risk falling in the hands of staff who have not even signed confidentiality agreements and such.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Fatuma Saman, would you like to ask some questions, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ibrahim,
Thank you.
Please tell the panel what are the practical ways, in some of the practical ways, that the IEBC can actually engage political parties to work well and, to reach the goal that they share.
I will first of all start off with Article 10 of the Constitution, which pushes for public participation in anything that a state agency does. This will greatly aid in ensuring that activities of the Commission when it comes to political parties are greatly enhanced. Number two, the Political Parties Liaison Committee also provides a critical role in the relationship between IEBC and political players, in that it is a forum where parties sit directly with IEBC and can set out their issues. Another form of engagement will be capacity building, whereby IEBC can train political parties on election laws and regulations and help them understand whatever that is required for them, especially when it comes to the nomination processes. Another form of engagement between IEBC and political parties is when it comes to overseeing the nomination process. Because IEBC, remember, sit in a capacity where they can determine as an arbiter between political players themselves at the nomination process. Another manner in which political parties also interact with IEBC, Madam Saman, is at the appellate stage again. So if IEBC can I call it ease of access of justice, whereby political players, when they feel like they have been aggrieved from the procedures and the process of the nomination process, can also interact with IEBC. Training also political players can also greatly aid in the engagement between IEBC and political parties. I think that's some of the.
Do you see opening for consultation?
Yes.
Feedback?
Yes.
How would they practically do this?
How do you practically do this? You have multi-stakeholder forums. You have barazas with political parties. You have workshops where you can engage them, sit down with them, tell them that this is the agenda for this week. We are coming to Naivasha maybe to discuss these legislative reforms and those kind of policies that need to be introduced. So the forums, there are several other forums that you can engage, maybe through the media, sharing of contacts with, of course, in a structured manner, where you can always document whatever you are sharing with political parties and whatever kind of engagements you are having with them. So a multi-stakeholder forum is very key. Workshops and benchmarking forums are very key for your form of engagement with political parties.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. I would like to invite Nicodemus Bore to ask some questions. Please,
thank
Nicodemus.
Thank you, Chairman. Eden.
Yes, sir.
You have served at the bar for
12 years now.
12 years? So you have not worked anywhere else apart from practicing?
I'm sure if there's an advocate over here, she will tell you that practice itself is enough experience, because law is a multidiscipline kind of profession.
I'm not disputing that bit.
Thank you very much.
I'm just asking whether you have served elsewhere apart from serving in the bar or practicing.
No. In my professional career, I can say apart from private companies where I sit as a board member,
yeah.
I have not served. You know, service is full-time employment.
Yeah.
But I will not categorize my service as a board member as service itself.
Okay. And in your CV, you've noted that you have indicated that you are good at electoral laws and systems. Now, you are aware about the first past the post system of electoral. And what recommendations will you propose to make our election system more effective? And what do you think about the first past the post election system?
If I get you right, our election system, where, of course, the first past the post system has its own challenges. The first past the post system means it's the winner takes all system, whereby the candidates on the ballot paper, the person who has the simple majority wins. And this in itself disenfranchises the rest of the candidates or who they represent. But to bring it into perspective, in as much as our country has tried to achieve the 2/3 gender rule, because the first past the post system, you can say, leaves out a marginalized section of our society from having able representation. How do you cure that, is the question. And I think our hybrid system of the Constitution has tried to cure that. The 47 county women representatives, remember, were brought in place to cure the obvious delimitations from the first past the post system when it comes to gender representation in Parliament. When you look at the county assemblies also forum, we have tried to incorporate the progressive approach whereby we have gender top-up lists when it comes to county representation, and we have seats for minorities. This is the hybrid system that we have tried to incorporate so as to cure the first past the post system. Thank you.
Thank you, Adan, and all the best.
Okay, I invite Professor Adams to ask you some questions.
Just to follow up, Adan, on what my colleague Bora has asked you. So this hybrid system, what is it called? We talked of first past the post. What is this hybrid called?
Progressive party approach. It's being practiced in Germany, I know, whereby party lists are submitted, and the party submits its list of candidates, and then you choose the party, and then the candidate goes through on that system.
And what is it called? The reason why I'm asking that is that there are stakeholders in Kenya who are of the view that to cure the anomalies of Kenya's electoral process, we need an alternative electoral system from first past the post. What are those alternative systems?
Progressive parliamentary approach.
Okay. What is the difference between leadership and management? Because you have been a managing partner. You have been a chairman of, I believe, the Kenya Forex and remittances. So there's a manager and there's a leader. Is there any difference?
To some extent, anybody can manage, but very few can lead. So that is I can say the distinction in the first place. However, what I would like to put into perspective is that leadership comes with some form of integrity. Leadership comes with ethics. Leadership comes with a more clearer role whereby people tend to follow leaders. Managers give directions. Leaders lead from the front, basically.
Thank you. Describe Ibrahim Rashid Adan's leadership style and how this would impact on the commission if you are made a member of the IEBC.
My leadership style, a people-centric approach, whereby you engage people at their level, you have time to hear each and every party's position, transparency in decision-making, and integrity, basically giving people the comfort that anything that is brought about to you will get a free, fair, and honest decision-making from Ibrahim.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. And then if I may ask, how will you handle conflict of interest should you succeed in this process, given that IBC has been your client?
Number one, the first cure, Chair, of conflict of interest is disclosure. If there is disclosure that I am IEBC's client, I, first of all, will move away from the firm. I will resign from the firm because the firm, the IEBC in itself is a full-time commission. And when it comes to decision making that affects anything that brings about conflict in my stint at IEBC, I'll publicly declare that I have an interest over here, and this is my interest, and I disclose that interest. Say to a committee, say to the full commission, publicly, and say that this. Number two is recusal. Because the moment you remove yourself from the decision making, it becomes clear that any decision that is made without your input. I believe, and also basically communicating and engaging members and telling them that, listen, now that we are at IEBC and I have no longer any tenable interests in private practice. Thank you, Chair.
How you resign as a managing partner, but what about your proprietary interests?
I will leave it at the door the moment I enter IEBC. Yeah, because you see, at the end of the day, even if it means removing my firm from IEBC, so be it. Because you see, at the end of the day, IEBC is one client out of many.
Okay. Thank you. Prof, do you have some last two questions?
Yes, Chair. Banadan.
Yes, sir.
You have been the chairman of the Kenya Forex and Remittances Association since 2013?
Not 2013. The association has existed since 2013. I was just elected last year, December 2024.
But you have also worked as a principal officer at Pacific Forex Bureau between 2008 and 2012?
Yes.
So you are very familiar with the Forex Bureau in Kenya?
Operations, yes. That was my hustle, let's say, when I was in campus.
When were Forex bureaus first established, approved, and licensed in Kenya?
Okay, it was deregulated in 2003. But
I want when it was first established, approved, and licensed before the deregulation.
Well,
but
should I say
always pass.
Yeah, because, okay, 93, I think, after the multi-party election, when we came up with the SAP's structural adjustment programs at Treasury.
Okay. Which two countries of Africa were involved in a historic peace agreement that was signed in 2018 to end 2 decades of conflict?
Ethiopia and Eritrea.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. It's been a pleasure talking to you and listening to you. Do you have any question or comment to make, please, kindly?
Maybe a comment, Chair. I want to assure this panel that if given the position of commissioner, I would bring meaningful change to IEBC. I do believe that with the skill sets that I have, being a relatively youthful person, the challenges that are being faced by IEBC will...
What do you mean relatively youthful person? Youthful at heart? Or
Don't let the gray hair confuse you, Chair. So, basically, under the youth access to government procurement, it says 35 years is where the youthful barrier ends. So at 36, I still feel like I'm relatively youthful. So with that, I think there's a need to bridge the gap between the youth and IEBC, especially when it comes to voter education, when it comes to voter registration. Coming from a marginalized community also, when it comes to training of IEBC staff and staffing issues, I believe that these are issues that at policy level, of course, I can have a great input with the Commission. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. It's been a great pleasure having you. Please remember to pick your certificates. The pen and notebook are yours. If you so wish also, you can take the water, and wish you well.
Thank you, members of the panel.
The next candidate, please. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of the selection panel. And let me say that it's a great pleasure to have you. And congratulations for being shortlisted for the position you applied for as a member of the IEBC. And we would like to have a brief interaction with you just to be able to assess your candidature for this position. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you, then we will come to you in turn. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as a vice chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview. Karibu sana.
Bwana Ali, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri kabisa.
Mi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui.
Yes.
Mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Tanui.
Good morning.
Morning.
Karo Kituko, a member of the panel.
Thanks.
Good morning, Bwana Ali.
Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Pleasure.
Good morning, sir. My name is Nikonebas Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Welcome, Mheshimiwa. My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of this panel. It's a pleasure to have my former MP.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Ali. Na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Ali.
Morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thanks.
So it is your turn now to introduce yourself. We would like you to highlight your profile briefly to us in about 5 or so minutes, indicating why you think you're suitable for the position that you've applied for. Let us know if you have any honors or awards, and if you belong to any professional society or group. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the panel, for inviting me to this very important interview. My name is Isaac Shaban Ali. My experience and qualification have been in terms of education. I have a bachelor's degree in international relations at the University of USIU Africa, which is domiciled in Kenya. I've also had a training, 3-year training technical course in the College of Ministry of Water Staff Training College, now the Kenya Water Institute. I've also had professional trainings in the Kenya School of Government and did a strategic leadership development program. I also had a training, professional training in the Institute of Isami, which is in Arusha, Tanzania. I did a course in strategic intelligence and strategic emotional quotient. In my political experience, I worked in the Ministry of Water Development as a technical officer in Garissa for about 7 years. I was in charge of Garissa urban water supply, providing water to the people of Garissa and with the stakeholders in that county. I was also appointed as State Minister in the Ministry of Local Government during the Kibaki administration in the Ministry of Local Government. I was also appointed as chairperson a parastatal called Northern Water Works Agency, whose mandate was about 7 counties, namely Garissa, Wajir, Mandera, Samburu, Isiolo, Marsabit, and Laikipia counties, which I served for about 4 years. And my mandate was chair of the board and the mandate of that agency. In terms of political experience, I was elected as a member of parliament in Mandera East constituency as an elected member for 3 terms, from 1994 to 2007. Thereafter, I lost election in 2007, but I came back to be a member of parliament between 2013 and 17. So I had a total of about 18 years as a member of parliament in the political cycle. Thanks.
2013, 2017, you are member of parliament of where?
Lafay constituency.
Lafay. Okay. Thank you. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mheshimiwa, from your experience as a parliamentarian,
Yes.
and of course your experience from the electoral cycles,
Yes.
in the 3 terms that you served, what competencies and skills do you intend to bring in that you got from that period and that will help you to execute your mandate in the event you're taken up as an IEBC commissioner?
I had the experience and skills I will bring to this organization is that I'm experienced politician. I've done a lot in electoral matters. I've engaged with the IEBC for a long time as one of their candidates. I had also had disputes with them in electoral matters, which I went to court. So in electoral matters, for the last 18 years, I was actually dealing with electoral matters. So a lot of experience with the IEBC, as well as political parties, because I'm also a product of political parties, where they have nominated me to stand for election. So I've also engaged in political parties. In terms of other skills, as a technical officer in the Ministry of Water, I was in charge of water supply. I had management skills. As a water officer, I was dealing with the management of Garissa urban water supply, where the whole Mandera people, the Garissa people was my stakeholders. As a manager, there's a lot of people who are coming under me, including staff, including assets, which I was managing. So in that process, I was involved in the planning and control and execution of the waterworks. At the end of the day, we're supposed to provide water which is clean, which is potable, which is wholesome, and at the end of the day, we give adequate water to the residents of Water Garissa as our stakeholders. So in that management, I was required to have control, to deliver, and to ensure that the Garissa people had enough adequate water. At the end of the day, our task was, the end product was Garissa people had water, had enough water to drink. In terms of administration, I was also dealing with public administration when I was officer, because 7 years I was dealing with the staff. and ensuring that several staff, some are dealing with the issues of water quality, there's a laboratory, some are maintaining the machines that was required to produce water, there was treatment, there was staff, there was those who were supposed to repair when there's breakdowns. So at the end of the day, I was required to account for the work the employees were doing. So at the end of the year, what we used to do is what is called annual appraisal of the performance of each staff. At the same time, we had also I was charged with the disciplinary of the staff to see who is not working and who is not working. And at the end of the day, those who worked properly, we are rewarding them, either for promotions or other rewards. Thanks. No, sorry, I'm not completed. In terms of finance, I'm not a financial person, but in my work experience, I deal with financial matters. For example, when I was a board chair, we were required at the end of every financial year, before the financial year starts, to ensure that we complete the budget cycle. The secretariat will prepare the budget. As a board, our work was to put input so that we can transmit to the parent ministry. So in that way, we had financial, I interacted with finance. As a member of parliament, I was a member of many committees, including Public Investment Committee, Public Accounts Committee. And as a member, we are required to scrutinize the reports from the Auditor General of the executive and the executive in terms of the parent ministries and corporations. So in that regard, we had a lot of dealings with financial matters. We scrutinized the audits, the reports, where he has qualified, and at least in that process, we had a lot of interaction. In budget making, as a member of parliament, we're also dealing with budgetary issues, because once it leaves the treasury and it comes to us, stakeholders were coming to us. For example, if the Ministry of Agriculture, I was a member, stakeholders will come and we listen to them so that they can participate where there's a problem. And they say their issues and also financial matters. In terms of law, I must say I'm not a lawyer, but my role as a member of parliament included legislation. So many times we are called upon to legislate in terms of constitutional amendments, in terms of issues of regulations, we participate in terms of finance, including in the House, in the plenary, House of Committees. I've been part of it, and we have amended laws in the constitution making, like for example, in 2004, during the bombers, we participated in the constitution making, and also law making. I was a member of one of the committees in devolution. So in that process, we also engaging a lot of constitution making, and there were a lot of stakeholders, and each one was contributing. So we did a lot of push and pull in order to ensure that devolution works.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa.
But I still have the real issues on governance. In governance, as a member of parliament, that's what we are doing with governance. That is the issue, actually, our job. As a member of parliament, we are accountable to the people of my constituency. You know, we have been accountable to them. If you're not accountable, you will not come back for 4 terms. So you have to address the issues every time, including the special groups, special interest groups, the women, those who are special needs, the youth. These are people you engage every day. So that's a lot of governance. And the rule of law, constitution making, law making, that's part of it. Accountability. You have to be transparent in all what you are doing. As a board member, I was playing an oversight role to ensure that the projects which are implemented by the technical people
Thank
were
you.
actually delivered.
Thank you. You have explained it. Thanks.
I'm okay, Chair. I think he has elaborated his skills and competencies, and that is enough. And in the interest of time, let me just return back to you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask you some questions. Carol Nakituku, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Caro.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
All right. So, what is, in your view, or your understanding of the mandate of the IBC under Article 88(4) of the Constitution?
Under Article 88, the mandate of the Electoral Commission mostly deals with the electoral cycle. It includes from the time of voter registration, voter education, voter verification, ensuring that all aspects of voter registration is done, including continuous voter registration, so that voters can get their voters card everywhere, so that they can, especially, they have special emphasis to the special groups, interest groups, whom from my political experience, are very important. The women, especially the women, they are the best voters when it comes to voting, and the youth. The other groups.
Mheshimiwa,
Yes.
let's come back to
Yes.
the Article 88(4). Let's limit our conversation
Yes.
on that provision.
Yes.
You've spoken about one of the mandate of the IBC being voter registration,
Yes.
voters education. Do you understand, like, which other mandate or which other functions of the IBC? You can mention 3 more.
Okay. The other mandates is carrying the elections, during the general election. That's one of their mandates. The other mandate is procurement, so that they can procure the logistics that is required to perform during electioneering. There are also the other mandate of IBC is to ensure that from the clinical report, it was recommended that we have a technology that is transparent, that is verifiable, so they also to ensure that they deal with the stakeholders even pre-election, to engage the stakeholders wherever they are, to ensure that that technology is working, so that they have the confidence of the people, all the stakeholders.
So you have said one of the functions of the IBC is to conduct elections in Kenya.
Yes.
What do you think, or should you become a member of the IBC, what do you suggest to do to improve the integrity of the electoral processes in Kenya?
Very well. I think the integrity is that the results of the elections must be received in good time, so that there's no delay. They have also to ensure that the integrity of the elections, there must be secrecy of the ballot. During the ballot, it must be very confidential in terms of agents and officials. they should ensure that there is no interference during the day of the election when people are voting. Because you can remember, the officials and the agents have all taken oath of office. So they have to ensure the secrecy of the oath so that people can vote freely.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Very well.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam.
I want to invite FCS Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mheshimiwa Ali,
Yes.
for 18 years, you have been a consumer of services by IEBC.
Yes.
Now you are seeking to be a member of IEBC.
Yes.
And for those 18 years, you said you have also sued IEBC because of maybe something they have done which you didn't like.
Yes.
In terms of conducting elections.
Yes.
And we know the integrity and the legitimacy of the electoral process in Kenya actually depends fully on the conduct of political parties and candidates in an election. Yes. Unlike what is popularly believed that it is IEBC. IEBC is just an arbiter, or
Yes.
They supervise and conduct elections.
Yes.
Your experience,
Yes.
I would like you to identify 3 things that you have done as a candidate in the 18 years that have, number 1, disadvantaged or undermined the work of IEBC. And 3 things that you have done that have actually enhanced or supported or complemented the work of IEBC. So let's let's first discuss the 3 things as a politician, not you, Mheshimiwa, but generally people from that political divide, political parties, candidates. What do you do that undermine the work of IEBC? 3 things.
Okay, and not what I supported with the IEBC. What undermined?
That is the next after, but we start with the negative things.
What I have done to undermine the IEBC?
Not you, but political parties and candidates.
Oh, political parties.
Because you are clients and customers of IEBC.
Yes.
And you are the reason why elections actually do not succeed, or they fail, or they succeed.
Oh, very well.
So what are those 3 things that political parties and candidates do that actually undermine the work of IEBC?
Okay, as I start with as a candidate. As candidates, I think there's political interference by the candidates in terms of favoring certain, officials to be posted in a certain area. The other thing that undermines is that during the voting, some candidates, they still, after some time, 3 days or some days, you're supposed to be campaigning. So they continue campaigning, either even in where the polling is taking place. The other thing is issue of bribery. Some of them, they think they do double registration. They think they will get more votes, not knowing that's illegal. I think a lot of things happen that really undermines the integrity of IEBC.
Thank you very much. And what are the 3 things that you do
Yes.
that can enhance the work of IEBC? And when you answer those 3 things that enhance the work of IEBC, please tell the panel how you will strengthen those 3 things if you are successful and you become a member of IEBC.
Yes. I think one of the things I've done as a member of parliament to enhance the work of IBC is voter is, can we say, civic education. I've been going around before even, or during the election, during the voter registration, very flank areas everywhere to ensure people register without the input of the IEBC. In that way, I was helping political rights and universal suffrage. That is one. Two, I was helping the IEBC is that in very far marginalized areas where IEBC could not reach, we have been taking voter education and telling people it's time for registration at our own expense. Can you come and register? The other thing we've been trying to help is to go to people with special needs, like people who are disabled, to ensure that we go to the institutions so that they register as voters, so that they are not left out. Other thing, very important things, is to engage the youth. And a lot of times, you know, youths have been disenfranchised. They have been not been voting. Majority of them have been left out because of IDs. So we're making sure to go our way to the people who deal with the registration of ID cards, to ensure that youth get ID cards. And in that way, we're helping the IEBC so that we have more people registering.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. Just one more follow-up question. Should you be successful, what specific actions are you going to propose or to undertake to strengthen these three things at IEBC? These three positive things that help IEBC.
One, you know, I come from a very rural area. We enhance, increasing more polling stations so that we can reach the people in helping the right people to vote. That's one. Mobile registration. People are pastoralists. We advocate for mobile registration. IEBC go down to far flank areas to go and register those people. And the other thing is to improve registration. You know, in Article 38, there's political rights. And there's universal suffrage, the right to vote, and everybody who is adult to have to vote and to be registered. So I think what we need to do is continuous registration, which is now not taking place. Probably when the IEBC is not there, why don't you have continuous, why don't you invite the Secretariat to continue registering people? For now 2 years, we have not done anything. So, but still there's the issue of oversight. For every voter registration to take place, then there's gazettement. Then how do you balance the two? And at the same time, how do we take voter registration far away now? It's based at the constituency. Can we take it far and take it to the ward? I know it will come with a cost. So that one, we can achieve the universal suffrage, which we are required for every Kenyan to be registered and to vote.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa, and all the best. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Turn to FCP Tanui to ask you some questions. FCP, please.
Jambo, Mheshimiwa. Yeah, you are continuing to tell us your skills. Maybe, are there any skills that you've left out? The skills. You remember the questions my vice chair had asked you And it's like you wanted to continue to tell us some of the skills that you're bringing on board. I heard you talk of finance, management, law. Were there any that you had left out?
I talked of governance, electoral matters, public administration, I talked.
Yes, you talked.
I talked about management when I was a technical officer. Probably other things, beginning experience.
So
in terms of competence.
No, that's fine. I thought there were still others that you wanted to say, but
Very
that's fine. So let me pick the one on finance. And I think you did mention that you've been participating in budget making at Parliament. So specifically, what indicators or performance indicators will we use, or will you use, assuming you get the job as a commissioner at IEBC, to ensure that there is financial efficiency at IEBC? Financial efficiency. What indicators or what measures will you use to establish that IEBC is financially efficient? Thank you.
One, I have an experience as a board chairperson. In order to have finance properly protected, we have the auditors, internal audits, who will audit the projects and they directly report to the board instead of the management. So in that way, they will be able to tell us as a board, in the commission, any wrongdoings. Another thing which is also important is that you must have a quarterly report to show that where is a misstep, where is a problem, through the audit reports. And the other thing, we also engage external auditors. In our management, we also have government, we have external auditors. Where we have a serious problem, we invite external auditors to come and produce our documents. The other things, other controls, is that on finances, you said finances, as a board, I think we have to play our oversight role. As members, that's what we're given. At the end of the day, there are audit reports which are qualified from the Auditor General. Then we have to ensure that we comply with the audit report from the Auditor General so that we can be able to close all loopholes which has been said by the Auditor General. That's also a way of helping the IEBC to run properly.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back
Yes.
to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Evans Misati, please. You want to ask?
Thanks so much, Chair. Mheshimiwa, allow me also to take you back to what you mentioned about the voter registration and the ongoing activities, and you are concerned that it has not been ongoing. Now, from your understanding, you mentioned about the oversight role of gazetting the IEBC's personnel that does that. So what will you do in view of the fact that the Constitution says that voter registration should be a continuous process? So what will you initiate in terms of regulations to ensure that that happens?
In terms of regulations, I think we have to enhance more legislation, as I said. In terms of voter registration, to enhance it, as I said, we can take it further. We make it continuous. One, if budgetary allows, we can take it further to the wards. We put more regulations to put it to the wards so that we achieve more more people to vote. The other thing is that, that requires finance. And a lot of times, the IEBC does not have finance, and when it is required. So I think we need to legislate to ensure that the IEBC, through Parliament, to ensure that IEBC receives the necessary funding from Treasury and parliamentary approval. But now there's a problem. Sometimes there's political interference. I think what we need to do is charge finances to IEBC on the consolidated fund and make it mandatory. And also give it timelines so that we don't have delay of the finances to IEBC. Sometimes you are supposed to register, you don't have finance. There's political interference. You can't move. So we make it law so that finances are released in real time, say 2 years before elections. And if it's not released, we make it either regulation or legislation, we give it timelines. If the Treasury does not release money in good time, I think we give it a penalty that they have committed an offense. That way, the Electoral Commission can work. Many times, you see, because of political interference, IEBC is just idle. And the last minute money is released. When there's a logistical issues, sometimes that take a long time, like for example, the technology. You have to procure, and because of public trust, you have to procure outside. And that requires a lot of timelines. I think those are issues that has to be dealt with.
Thanks so much, Mheshimiwa. Now, let me take you back to the issue of voter registration at the regional levels. We have been thinking, is it possible for the IEBC staff who are the constituency levels to be doing the same continuous updating the list? Maybe they can work with Ingao, the chiefs and the assistant chiefs, to ensure that, because the chiefs and assistant chiefs, they know the people who have died within their regions, so that such reports are sent to IEBC and IEBC is able to update their records. So what is the problem? Are you able to do that if you are given that position as a commissioner?
Yes, I think, IEBC cannot work alone. It's not an island. It has to work with other stakeholders. Probably, they have to work with the Register of Births and Deaths. And that is recorded in every constituency where they are. So I think what we need to do is to engage the Register of Births as a stakeholder so that in real time, the staff at the constituency level, there's a monthly or a quarterly report from Register of Persons, and he gives to the election officials at the constituency level. I think that's a very important aspect, that we engage other stakeholders, like Register of Births and Deaths.
Thanks so much, Mheshimiwa. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma to ask you some questions also. Fatuma, please.
Mheshimiwa, the IEBC is expected to engage stakeholders in its work. Who are these stakeholders, especially the critical ones? Would you tell us, please?
I think, okay.
Please turn on your mic. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. Can I repeat again?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. The very important stakeholders, if I start with the political ones, is Parliament is a major stakeholder because they are very interest groups. You have to engage the political parties. They're the ones who give us the candidates. They are very important stakeholders. You have to engage with the media for purpose of information. That you need to use them. The other stakeholders are special interest groups, but very important, as you said. The women, the youth, who make the bulk of the voters, the voter registration, they make the bulk. And those who have the special needs are very important. Of course, the Treasury is also a stakeholder because they give us money. And they have to give us money at the right time. It's important to also engage them. Thank you.
Pick any of the three and tell us how they can collaborate with the IEBC.
Let me take Parliament because I've been a parliamentarian, how they cooperate as a major stakeholder. From time to time, IEBC needs Parliament, one for financial approval, because they need to have adequate funding on efficiencies, or because of, as I said, the political interference. We need Parliament to pass laws. As I said, these funds should come from the consolidated fund, should be charged. They should also legislate or legislate that the officer who is in charge of releasing the money, if it does not release, say in 2 years, or at the minimum 1 year, because you have to deal with the logistics, then you give him a penalty. In that way, then Parliament will do its work. The other thing is Parliament plays, for example, in during the delimitation of boundaries, there's requirement for parliamentary approval. So IEBC and Parliament will work together. On the other thing also, Parliament audits. IEBC is a political entity, so they are required also to submit their reports to Parliament either annually or yearly. So that's also where Parliament plays a role between IEBC and Parliament. So where there is any deficit of legislation, then we engage in Parliament. You said any three. Okay, the other stakeholders, the IEBC need to deal, I said about the Treasury. They have to deal with the Treasury because there's always delay in fund disbursement to IEBC, either political or deliberatory. If that happens, then we cannot meet our mandate because we must have the right tools and thread to deliver. We must have materials in place. So if the funds are not there in good time, last minute rush will not work. So we have to engage Treasury in early enough and so that they can release money. In case of any problem, we have to deal with other stakeholders, the Parliament, or even political parties, to ensure that so that because of trust deficit, people think that the IEBC cannot deliver. I think we have to be transparent and deal with the Parliament and deal with Treasury and deal with other political parties so that they know where we have a problem. So we don't sit until the last minute, unangoja pesa kutoka Treasury inakuja and it does not come. At the end of the day, you are blamed. The buck stops with IEBC, Patuma. And of course, I think the media is a very important component because whenever there's a general election and we gazette, I think we need to invite the media so they tell Kenyans that there's a general election. The people will not know. And at any time there are issues, we invite the media as stakeholders. They're very important to tell them where we are, what problems we have, so that they they know. For example, if you're in the elections and there's a failure of technology, we have to inform the people. Now we have to invite the media, tell them what we are doing. We have a backup, and registration will continue. So that if you don't inform, there will be misinformation. So, but you know that it's a failure, but the electoral process continuing, we have a backup. So media is involved. It's important to engage them at any level, either quarterly, we have a program for them. Is that yes. A civil society? I think also civil societies are very important stakeholders, and people who can get money independently from other sources, and they can continue with the voter education during voter registration, civic education, the rights of people. I think those are also important, very important stakeholders.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Members of LaFay must be very happy that their constituent and their former MP are interacting.
Very well, capable lady, but sometimes she was in Nairobi, so I missed her to vote for me.
Actually, he was my MP. He was my MP as
Mandera East.
East.
Okay.
Not LaFay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Nicodemus, please.
Shaban, you have previous experience as a member of parliament, having served for 3 terms. And during your tenure as a member of parliament, what areas of collaboration can you identify between the IEBC and Parliament that ended up in enhancing the good work of IEBC? And is there areas that you felt that you did not do the right, you guys as Parliament did not do the right, did not follow the right way, we did not do the right thing to have IEBC be more independent?
You said how many areas of collaboration?
What areas of collaboration?
What areas of collaboration?
Yes.
I think one of the areas of collaboration Parliament and IBC that engages about approval of their budget, of IBC budget, during budget making. So that's an engagement IBC deals with the Parliament. The other one is lawmaking. If IBC requires certain laws to be changed or amended, or certain regulations to be enhanced, then they engage Parliament. That's also an important aspect. And in terms of oversight, we engage IBC, Parliament engages IBC, because the audit reports from the Auditor General, and we engage them in matters of how they serve the people of Kenya within their mandate, and the audit reports, and for accountability. So we also engage with IBC for accountability, so that they're accountable to the people of Kenya in terms of finances they're given, in terms of personnel, how they, in case of any audit report that's qualified by Auditor General, then Parliament engages the IBC.
I had a follow-up question that in your tenure as a member of Parliament, do you think there are areas that you guys felt you would have done better in terms of giving the IEBC its mandate of running the elections of this country?
Yeah, one, I think, is the one I talked about, the giving budget to the Electoral Commission in real time. And we, as a stakeholders, we also have been victims. If the IBC is handicapped and they cannot conduct the elections, then as a candidate, you also lose. As a stakeholder, you lose. The people will lose. So I think where we have probably, as a parliament, we have failed, is to ensure that the funding from Treasury comes to the IBC in real time, probably 2 years before, so the procurements and logistical issues are done in time. Because most of this logistics, technology, you have to procure from outside, not from Kenya, because of, trust deficit. You can, Madam Caro, you can print ballot papers here. You can have the technology here, but who will trust you? People say the executive is the one. So you have to get the technology, the right technology. You have to bring it. Even when you bring it in good time, you have to test it, that is working. We have to call all the stakeholders, the media, the political parties, anybody else, the parliamentarians, the people, to show the technology is working. In terms of voter registration, in terms of voter verification, in terms of voting. So these are a lot of processes. So if Treasury, we have to enforce laws for the Treasury as parliamentarians and lawmakers to ensure that money is released in good time, and we legislate if it's possible. We say they have to release money in 2 years before the elections. So the logistic issues are done, and then give penalties to the accounting officer if he delays. Otherwise, somebody in the executive wants to delay and they have more, more days and make sure money is not received. So what do? You have to do our parliamentary function.
Thank you.
To ensure that we are accountable to the people of Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best, Shaban.
Thank you. I invite Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions. Prof.
Mheshimiwa, you've served for 4 terms.
Yes, sir.
Which means you are one of the longest serving member of parliament.
Yes.
I think the ones who beat you are Samuel Moroto, 5 terms, Adan Kenyan, 5 times. So you are in the top cream.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Ahmed Isaac Hassan, the former chairman of IEBC, titled his biography, Referee of a Dirty, Ugly Game. Using that analogy, many a time, the players, either they become player coaches or they become coaches. Rarely do they aspire to be referees. But here is Shaban, a player, not seeking to be a player coach or a coach, but seeking to be a referee.
Yes.
Tell us what motivates you to go that route of referee as opposed to a coach, a party leader or something like that.
Thank you, Professor. I'm a Kenyan and I have to serve the people of Kenya. I've served in Parliament for a long time. I felt that I need to serve Kenyans in another area. And I want to bring all that experience I had as a member of Parliament. I know a lot of workings of IEBC, where there are challenges, where there is positive. And as I told you, even IEBC, I had a dispute with them, and I went to court, and I have won because of irregularities. So I know certain areas where they don't do well. For example, in my first term, I had an issue, but I didn't know that I need to go to the commissions, to the commissioners. So I was only dealing with the returning officers. And I had a serious issue. So these guys were ignoring me, and at the end of the day, serious irregularities happened. Could I have known that the commissioners have the powers second level to report to. Then I will go to the commissioners. Now I know the areas where disputes can come in. That's one. The other one, political parties. I have been the subject of many political parties primaries. They are also sometimes not a saint. Sometimes they just nominate without due process. And you will be the popular candidate and you're that party, and time has lapsed. So we have to ensure that we subject IEBC as an arbiter, the political parties, so they do the right thing at the right time. And the nomination they do in good time, and they submit those lists in good time. And if there's any irregularities, you know, if there's no timelines, there are a lot of things IEBC can do. So we have to give timelines in which they can bring their nominated candidates to IEBC. If there's a dispute, it can be resolved. Sometimes 3 days to the election, and there's still a dispute. It's a major issue. So this issue of making sure that disputes are resolved in good time is very important. The other thing I bring to the table, as a parliamentarian, and I will bring to assist the Commission in terms of electoral disputes. I'm happy that the click report mentioned it, that the cases should be finished in good time, in real time. So it's 6 months. During our time, as a member, when I was dealing, when I had a petition in the court, there was no timeline. In fact, my case was decided after 2 years. Others were decided on the eve of elections. So this is what I'm bringing to the table, that experience. And the one I mentioned about the funding from IEBC, it's a serious issue we have witnessed. During voter registration, you're being told there are no funds, there are no equipment, no materials. This is what I want to bring to the IEBC.
Lastly, you've just mentioned Parliament, and initially you had mentioned Parliament as one of the expertise you bring in terms of legislation, in terms of being a member of various committees, including Public Investment Committee. From that background and experience, what are some of the measures that during your service in Parliament you undertook in fighting unethical behavior, be it financial irregularities, be it integrity issues, that you will bring to IEBC?
During any time or during Parliament?
During your tenure in Parliament, 4 terms.
Or outside Parliament? Okay.
No, in Parliament.
In Parliament. Very well. You know, as a member of Parliament, when Kenya became a multi-party democracy, when Section 2A was repealed, after some time, even within time, you know, Parliament was still reporting to the executive. And as young parliamentarians and Democrats, we had an exposure, we went around the countries, and many countries, parliamentary countries, presidential systems, and we found out that there was a need to have separation of powers. And the system was not ready for it. So, as young parliamentarians, we have come together, especially the backbench, we call backbench, and we said the interest of the country is larger than our individual interest. So we came together, and as a team backbench, we drafted a bill. And we appointed Olo Arinko as chairperson. So we passed the bill in Parliament with the simple majority, and it was rejected by the presidential assent. So it came back to Parliament. As members of Parliament, especially where I was that time KANU in the KANU party, we have been summoned to State House. So we are told not to pass that bill. But you see, there needs to be checks and balances. So your individual interest and overrides the country's interest overrides your individual interest. You are a lawmaker. The country is looking unto you. So when we have invited the backbench from KANU, mzee alisema hii mambo hakuna, you have to reject this bill. Lakini there was a lot of pressure even within ourselves. So we had taken a small oath, but when we started, there was a lot of pressure, and we had to breathe. We had to breathe, others couldn't breathe. So we said, Mzee, we have voted for you, but this one is the interest of the country. There has to be checks and balance. So we left it despite the balance. We called the rest of the MPs. We did a bipartisan approach. And we also called the assistant ministers. Those days they were called, we were calling them, they were neither birds nor animals. So we all came together, and when the bill was called, we passed with 2/3 majority. That's why I have Parliamentary Service Commission. That's why we have separation of powers. That I took a lot of part.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, Prof, do you have some questions, small ones?
Yeah,
Short.
now that you are in familiar territory with the Parliamentary Service Commission, also can you tell us the forum that gave birth to the ECK of 1997, the ECK that conducted the 1997 elections? Which forum, given that good parliamentary history?
Mr. Prof, for that question, it was the interparliamentary group.
Lastly,
Parliamentary group, which came together as a bipartisan team, and then there were a lot of reforms that time. Even there were a lot.
just quick, so you've answered.
Yes.
You don't need to explain that.
Yes.
The last question. Recently, we saw the Gen Z protests, not just in Kenya, but across the world. But earlier on, there was the Arab Spring. Which country in Africa experienced the first Arab Spring?
That's very hot. Is in North Africa. That's Tunisia.
Thank you, Chair.
Did you mean Tunisia is very hot?
It's not hot. It's where the revolution started, and that revolution was very hot.
Okay, okay. Thank you. We have finished our interview with you. We thank you for availing yourself and for the time we have had together. I don't know whether you have any question or comment to make so that we can release you.
Some suggestions, or since I'm here for the interest of the panel and the country. You know, the major problem we have in this country is the winner takes it all. And you can win with a very small margin. And a lot of Kenyans are also left out. For example, somebody gets 49%, the other one gets 50 plus one as required. So that person is not peaceful. Is not peaceful. And after elections, it's presidential, he has no role to play. And our democracy is young. So I think what is very important is to give that runners-up a place to breathe. Probably you can have him as a leader of official opposition in the House. He can keep his troops. Now his troops now are helter-skelter. I remember during the time of Kibaki, when he was the leader of official opposition, he was making the government accountable, and his troops were safe. And he was providing leadership. So there was balance of power. Now there's no balance of power. The guy is outside. He has 49%. People who voted for him. He's an angry man. He has noted, but probably, you know, these laws should be made for posterity. It's not made for an individual.
Thank you.
Because it can, you know, that's why I'm saying keep the runners up in the House so that he does not think all the time. But there's one time, you know, although every vote counts at the same time.
Thank you, sir. I think that's enough.
Otherwise, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Yes.
I cannot take it for granted.
Yeah.
And wish you well.
Thank you. And for your comments, I hope that you participated in NADCO by giving some views. And what we have as governance today is it came to the Parliament as a bill before we approved it in a referendum. So that's what we have as a constitution today, and you participated. So we hope that your comments can be taken up elsewhere. But we wish you well. Please remember to pick your documents, your certificates. The notebook is yours. We have enjoyed our time with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, your documents are at the door there. Thank you. Thank you. But congratulate you for being shortlisted. We will have a brief interaction with you just to try and get to know you better beyond your CV. And so we will be giving you time to do that. But in the meantime, let me ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as a Vice Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview.
Bwana Ruhu, jambo. Ninaitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanakamati wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Good morning, Israel.
Good morning to you.
Karo Kituku, a member of the panel.
Right. Nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, Professor.
Good morning, Jacob.
Good morning to you. I'll accept Jacob as well.
Yes.
Since it's the other version of Israel.
Yes.
Right.
My name is Nicodemus Bore.
Okay.
Member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of this panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Fatuma.
Good morning, Mheshimiwa Ruhu.
Good morning
Na
to you.
karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, Dr. Koki.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Now we will come to you, Honorable Ruhu, to ask that you introduce yourself briefly in about 5 or so minutes. Give us your profile. Let us know whether you belong to any society, professional group, and if you have received any honors as you have served. And why, at 37, you want to get into this difficult job? Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So, as you've heard, my name is Israel Guyo Ruhu. I'm currently serving Kenyans and beloved country as a magistrate. I was employed or appointed a magistrate back then in the year 2018. That was December 2018. I happened to be the first advocate actually from my home county. My home county happens to be Tana River County, so I happen to be the first advocate or lawyer in the history of this country to ever been appointed a magistrate. So I happen to be the only magistrate from that county to date. I'm very ambitious. I wish to rise all the way. That's why I'm here today. So in the magistracy, I've served in different capacity, including my current capacity. I think my leadership skills and abilities have been appreciated by my employers. I was appointed a head of station, so I'm currently heading a station in Lamu County, where I'm in charge of now the staff working under me. As head of station, I also have other duties, including as an AIE holder. As an AIE holder, that means I'm in charge of the accounts. I'm supposed to, whatever has been appropriated to the station, I'm supposed to spend whatever has been appropriated to the station in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act, in accordance with the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, and of course in accordance with the supreme law, that is the Constitution of Kenya. So as a head of station, I also engage in other duties, including meeting stakeholders. We have what we call the Court Users Committee. So in my capacity as head of station, I'm supposed to meet other actors from other state agencies and even the private entities. So for example, I'm able to interact with other actors, state actors, including the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the Probation and Aftercare Services Department, the Children's Services. We also meet human rights organization, CBOs, CSOs. So that is my capacity as a head of station and a chairperson of now the Court Users Committee at my station level. So apart from that, my leadership abilities have also been tested elsewhere, still in the magistracy. For example, when I was appointed a magistrate, that was in 2019, I was elected by my colleagues as the vice chairperson. We usually have regional caucuses. So that time I was stationed in Bungoma County. At that time, just after being appointed, my colleagues elected me to become a vice chairperson of the Western Caucus. But I was transferred shortly after to Kitui. So I was not able to do much in that capacity because now I moved to another region. So apart from the magistracy, I've also worked in other government entities. I don't know whether I qualify to call myself a career civil servant at my age, but I've been fortunate to be in public service from the moment I stepped out of law school. So the other entities I've worked for, my immediate employer before I joined the bench was the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, where I worked as a forensic investigations officer. And during that time, I was able to actually experience firsthand, the issue of corruption. It's such a big issue in our beloved country. So at least I had firsthand experience in matters corruption and how to deal with this dragon that we try so hard to slay, this dragon of corruption. So before joining the EACC, I had also worked for the county government of Mombasa in different capacities. At that youthful age, at that time I was still in my 20s. Despite my young age, I was fortunate to have several promotions. I started as a legal officer in the County Assembly of Mombasa, where my duties included drafting bills and related issues. So mostly the legislative aspect of county assemblies, now that we all know that the legislative authority is vested in the constitution, it vests in the county government, is vested in the county assemblies. So apart from working as a legal officer to the County Assembly of Mombasa, I was also able to work in the county executive in different capacities. I was promoted to a deputy director in charge of policy and partnership. I also had a short stint there before I moved to the office of the county attorney. I was again promoted to becoming the director in charge of litigation, that is in the office of the county attorney, Mombasa County Government. So I believe all these promotions are not by chance, despite back then still being in my 20s. I believe they demonstrate my leadership abilities. So as a professional, I'm a member of the Law Society of Kenya. I'm also a member of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association. And by virtue of being an LSK member, I'm also a member of the East Africa Magistrate and Judges Association by virtue of being a magistrate in Kenya. We also have our own professional caucuses within the judiciary, which I also subscribe to. So that should be a brief background. Now that I only had 5 minutes, that should be a brief background on my career so far in public service. I don't know if you wish me to go into the academic aspect, my qualifications.
Maybe mention that in a minute.
Okay. As regards my qualifications, I possess a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Law and a Bachelor of Laws from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I'm currently still pursuing my master's and specializing in law, democracy, and governance. I think I will leave it at that.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to go all the way to primary school.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Linda to also ask you some questions. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mheshimiwa, with your experience as a magistrate, you also worked for EACC, also in the field of legal profession. What do you bring to the table?
All right. As a magistrate and having worked for different government agencies, I will say, in fact, having worked for the three arms of government, because if you look at the county assembly, this is the legislative arm of the government, although at the county government level, it's still the legislative arm of the government. Then you look at the EACC, it can easily qualify as the executive arm of the government. Then now the third arm of the government, which is the judiciary, my current position. So what I bring to the table is that unique experience. I'm lucky to have that dynamism through my exposure now to all these arms of government. So I know not so many Kenyans have that privilege of having worked for all the arms of the government, especially at a youthful age. So I bring dynamism, I bring that experience, and which I believe will be favorable to this position that I've applied for.
The IEBC working environment is a high-pressure one. Have you, in your career journey, found yourself in a high-pressure environment whereby your leadership skills have been put to test, they have been tried, and you have overcome? And if so, please elaborate to this panel.
Thank you for that question. I draw a lot of similarities between my current job, that is the magistracy or the judiciary. I draw a lot of similarities between the judiciary and the IEBC. I find that they have a lot of similarities in the sense that, as you have put it, these are very high-pressure jobs. These are jobs that many a times, no matter what decision you make, there's always that possibility of a whole half being not happy with your decision. So for example, in the judiciary, as we preside over these cases, there are always two parties competing. So the decision you make, at some point, chances are high that one party will win and the other party will not win that case. So you'll hear that the losing side, I don't want to call them the losing side, but the party that does not win the case, many a times they won't be happy with that decision. Maybe they might even have their own reasons. So if you compare that with IEBC, it's a very high-stake, high-pressure job. We have very protracted elections in Kenya. So no matter what decision the IEBC makes, or no matter who wins, there is always that party who has lost that election. So it now comes to a matter of personality. There are those who concede defeat. Unfortunately, there are those who don't concede defeat. And to me, the biggest problem with Kenya, I think we need to inculcate a culture of sportsmanship. You know, in sports, for example, today you have Arsenal playing Real Madrid. Whichever team loses, they concede defeat. But in Kenya politics, many a times the losers don't concede defeat. If only we can inculcate that culture of sportsmanship in our elections, so that if the elections are free and fair and credible, if you have lost, just concede defeat so that we move on as a country.
Now, have you ever had a complaint against yourself as you are working as a magistrate?
Yes, working as a magistrate, sometimes complaints are inevitable. So I'll be honest with this committee. I've had complaints raised against me. They were handled by the Judiciary Ombudsman. So you find that some of these complaints, somebody, instead of appealing, they write a complaint. So the losing party, as I put it. Somebody has lost a case, so because they have lost, they feel you are biased. So if they feel biased, that you are biased in your decision, they write a complaint to JSC against you. But all these complaints were dismissed. They were of no merit.
Thank you for your honesty.
Thank you. You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, so that we can allow you to travel and watch Arsenal and Madrid. Caro, do you want to ask some questions also?
Yes, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, still morning. Would you please explain to us the mandate of the IBC in relation to the recall of representatives in Parliament? Representatives in Parliament.
So when it comes to the mandate of the IBC, that is in relation to the recall of, you've limited it to the members of Parliament or just even
yes,
other elective bodies?
Members of Parliament.
Okay,
board.
so for members of Parliament, our constitution has that provision for recalling actually members of Parliament, although we have not seen anybody invoke it yet. But we have a constitutional provision on that, so that once it's invoked, then that means the IBC has to nullify now that representation by the party who has been recalled. So if you are recalled, that means now your constituency now has to seek, you have to go for fresh elections because you have recalled your member of Parliament, so that means you have to find a replacement.
Can the recalled member of Parliament participate in the new recall election?
Going by the provisions of the Constitution, there's no express provision that now bars that member of Parliament who has been recalled from participating now in a fresh elections. I think these are some of the lacunas now maybe which we might need some legislative reform if that was the intention and the spirit of the Constitution.
So have you engaged in any case law or any decisions from the High Court on the recall provisions? Are you familiar with any case that has sought to challenge or has sought to, interpret Article 104 of the Constitution and the statutory provisions?
I will be honest, I've not engaged any such case. I've not interacted with such a case.
So back to the mandate of the IBC. What then is the mandate of the IBC in relation to boundaries delimitation?
All right, as regards boundaries delimitation, that's expressly provided under Article 89 of the Constitution, and it gives now how the boundary delimitation has to be done. There are those timelines, the timelines which were supposed to be met, the 8 to 12 years period, Unfortunately, we are now beyond that timeline. We are actually, that's why you hear people saying we are now in a constitutional crisis. Although to me, we are not in a constitutional crisis, because at the end of the day, it's all about the jurisprudence of this country. So I believe this is now room for Kenya to grow its jurisprudence. Now that we have not met the constitutional timelines provided for the delimitation, the deadline was 2024. That was last year. What next? So to me, that's a ground for now expanding our jurisprudence as a country. And that is why we have organizations like the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, who have also petitioned now the Supreme Court just to interpret.
So in the Constitution, what are some of the factors or the criteria that guides IBC? Supposedly, IBC was within the time frame and is conducting boundaries delimitation. What is the criteria that the Constitution sets out?
Okay. So when it comes to the criteria, of course, the IBC now, as guided by the Constitution and Article 89, we have to look at we have to calculate that population quota. So the census, the last census of this country matters. So because now we use that to do that calculation to arrive at the population quota. So at the moment, we have 290 constituencies. So going by our last population census, so we'll use now, if we are 40 million Kenyans, we'll now divide 40 million Kenyans, you divide 40 million Kenyans with 290. Now you get the population quota. So that comes to 100 and something thousand. So that means there is that, now that is the defined population quota. But the law, again, the Constitution gives that allowance. Again, there's that 40% allowance for sparsely populated areas and cities. Then for the other regions, it's 30%. So there's allowance of a plus and a minus as regards population
So
quota.
my last question would be, what challenges then do you foresee IBC encountering in the context of boundaries delimitation, and how would you propose to address those challenges outside the challenge of the time frame? Any other challenge mentioned, like 4?
So when it comes, so outside, you said outside the challenges for the time frames.
Time frame.
So when it comes to those challenges, you realize that our country, when it comes to some of these elective posts, we are not used to, for example, now losing constituencies, because now if the IEBC is to carry the delimitation exercise, that means there's a possibility that some constituencies will be put in place, new ones, but there's also a possibility of some constituencies now being eliminated. So for example, the protected one, in the last delimitation exercise in 2012, there were around 27 constituencies now which did not meet the population quota. So these constituencies were actually supposed to be now eliminated. So, but of course, through some political protection, somehow they were protected and given an extension and a timeline. So some of the challenges, that's what I was trying to explain. So some of the challenges we might have to face Kenyans and find a way of now making them accept that sometimes it comes to that your constituency, your beloved constituency, does not meet the population quota, so it has to go, or it has to be merged with another constituency. So I think that's the biggest challenge. Most politicians will not want to lose a constituency, especially the ones holding office.
Supposedly you are successful and you're now a member of the IBC. How do you propose to address the challenge that you have identified?
How we'll address that challenge? I think civic education is important, because you see now we are a country guided by the rule of law. So if these are constitutional provisions, there's nothing much we can do but just to make the people accept that now these are legal provisions which we must abide with. So I think just a lot of civic education so that Kenyans now get to understand this issue of delimitation better. I think civil education will play a big role.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tanguio. I wish you the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite FCS Koki to also ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mheshimiwa Ruhu, during elections, all the time, you find that there is a problem, a challenge that you find most in the reports of observers, that in fact election offenses, such as even campaigning around the polling station, voter bribery, and other electoral irregularities are committed right in front of the police that guard the polling stations. And in fact, I can tell you through my experience that it is rare that you find any of these offenses anybody being arrested. And so we have serious problems that I would like to request you to address. One of them is use of public resources for campaigning, and the issue of voter bribery, the issue of intimidating opponents, and so on, those irregularities. If you are successful and you get to the IEBC, what are you going to do different from what commissioners and IEBC has done throughout the electoral history of Kenya to actually ensure that these election offenses are dealt with in real time? Thank you.
All right. It's an interesting question. Thank you for that question. Let me give the example of the judiciary or other state entities. You said there are offenses which occur, but now it depends on we have different state actors who are involved now. If you are to bring somebody to book, it's a whole chain reaction now. We have so many actors involved, all the way from the ODPP, the DCI, and other entities. So you have to find a way of now ensuring there is synergy between all these actors, because now, you see, some of these offices, they are more of independent offices. So if an election offense is committed in the presence of a police officer, and this police officer now is well aware of his duty now, he even has that duty now to arrest, but somehow this police officer does not arrest the suspect. So, and this police officer also enjoys some form of independence. So in my interpretation,
they actually say that
yes,
their work at the polling station is to guard
yes,
the polling station and the election officials. They cannot be able to arrest people. So
okay,
what additional measures would you put in place to actually have those matters addressed?
all right. So from that point of view, I think now there is need for more legislative reform, so that we propose amendments to the IEBC Act, for example, so that we have very clear provisions that now mandate these police officers to assist the IEBC where they're supposed to assist us. Otherwise, if the law is silent, because now at least if we have a clear legal provision on that, then you can use that now to make somebody accountable for either acting or failing to act. I think now the legislative reforms will be the best way to go, given such a scenario.
And what would be your role in that, as if you are fortunate enough to be appointed as a commissioner?
If I'm fortunate enough now to be appointed as a commissioner, I will use my past experience as a legislative drafter. I think you have seen from my certificates, I have quite a number of legislative drafting certificates. I've attended a lot of courses, so at least I have that background in legislative drafting, I think, which I can now capitalize on, so that to assist the commission to come up with some of the best reforms in terms of the current legislation.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Ruhu, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I want to ask FCPA, Tanwi, to ask you some questions. Please, Tanwi.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Ruhu, you told us you are a magistrate. What level of magistracy are you currently?
I'm a senior resident magistrate,
Senior resident magistrate.
Yes. And I
Above
thought,
that is which one?
okay. So when it comes to the magistracy, we have the different ranks.
No, above
Above
you
it is
which
principal magistrate, then senior principal, then chief magistrate at the very top.
So senior resident and then?
And then principal magistrate, then senior principal magistrate, then chief magistrate,
Okay.
the apex. Maybe I should also mention that it's not, it's a rare occasion for senior resident magistrates to become head of station. So I'm one of the very few senior resident magistrates who have been entrusted with that responsibility.
In fact,
if you look
that's
at most head of stations, they're usually at chief magistrate, senior principal magistrate, so I don't take it for granted.
Yeah, that takes me to my question. Your role as AIE holder, and also you told us what is your role at CUC committees, Court Users Committee? What is your role there?
I'm the chairperson of the Court Users Committee.
Yeah, chairperson. So those are actually responsibilities for head of station, isn't it?
Yes.
Which you acknowledge that given your ranking, you are privileged to be in charge of such responsibilities.
Correct.
Now, of what benefit is your experience and the CUCs can be for IEBC if you are to be a commissioner? Can CUCs be of any benefit to IEBC, or your experience at CUC level be of any value to IEBC if given an opportunity as a commissioner?
Okay. Thank you, CPA. So from my experience now as a chairperson of a Court Users Committee, I will say the Court Users Committee can be of monumental benefit to the IEBC, because this committee is where we have all these actors now coming together and discussing pertinent issues regarding the administration of justice. So many a times, some of the challenges, because any organization has its challenges, so many a times, most of the challenges we face as a judiciary, we usually address them at the CUC level. You see, sometimes when you're on this side of the bench, you might not know what you are doing is wrong, or you are not able to review yourself. But from this Court Users Committee, it now gives us a platform also for review, so that we have all these actors coming together and now pointing out some of the weaknesses maybe within the judiciary. Once they are pointed out, we are able to address them. Then if there are any other challenges regarding the administration of justice now with the other actors, so that's where now we also get an opportunity to raise it with the other actors. So if the prosecution are not prosecuting their cases well, for example, you can find a ground. If the police officers are not doing their job, maybe there is a miscarriage of justice because an investigator did not...
I appreciate the role of CUCs, but
Okay.
I'm saying how will that be of benefit, or how can it help in the management of IEBC?
Yes, now when it comes to the IEBC, we can also replicate that. We can borrow that kind of arrangement, because you see now the IEBC also has to work with other actors. The example given by Dr. Koki, you see you have police officers informing the IEBC that their role is only just to make sure everything is safe. They cannot make those arrests. So if we can create a forum which brings all these actors involved in the election process, then I think we'll be addressing most of the challenges being faced by IEBC. So I feel it's high time IEBC replicates that, so that you bring on board all the actors involved in the election process outside that, beyond IEBC.
My question, second question, relates to your role also as an AIE holder. And you did mention that you ensure compliance with PFM Act and Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. And my question is that IEBC frequently has audit queries. Then how would your experience as an AIE holder be of value to IEBC in ensuring that there is compliance, more so in terms of Auditor General recommendations on issues of public finance management and public procurement? Thank you.
So when it comes to matters public finance and public procurement, you realize, let me give the example of procurement. If you look at most of the scandals, corruption scandals this country has faced, mega corruption scandals running into billions, you'll realize that public procurement now is the main conduit through which public funds are stolen, if I may put it that way. So my take on matters finance, accounts, and procurement, we must stick and adhere to the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act and Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Because somehow, you see, Kenyans sometimes, most Kenyans, they find a way of defeating the system. If you look at our laws, some of our laws are very progressive. We have very good legal provisions, but we also have that culture of just trying to beat the system. You always trying to find a loophole to exploit. So my take will be strict adherence to the provisions of these laws and their enabling regulations.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Bwana Misati, do you want to ask some questions, please?
Thanks so much, Chair. Wanaru, now I want to take you back to where we were in the Constitution, Article 88 rather, 4H, which requires that IEBC facilitates the observation missions, monitoring and evaluation of elections. I just want us to focus on evaluation of elections. From your understanding, we have always had the IEBC release post-election evaluation reports. From where you sit, do you think that is right, from the interpretation of that itself?
Thank you for that question. So my understanding of that constitutional provision, if you look at our national values and principles and Article 10, they include accountability. So all these state agencies, state corporations, public bodies, they are all accountable to the common mwananchi. So by releasing evaluation reports, in my understanding, it's one form of accountability to the members of the public who have now given IEBC the mandate to conduct these elections. So it's very important, and I think it's a very good provision to be accountable to the people.
But the provision clearly states that they are supposed to facilitate. You see, they're the users. They're the people who have conducted elections. So for us to have an independent, we can maybe give it a different name if it means end of election report or whatever. But when you talk about evaluating the way they conducted, because this is the same problem we have been having. If we do things the same way and expect different results, then I don't think, what is your view on the same? Because they are supposed to facilitate. Because how do they, for instance, how do they spot out the mistakes they have if they were the actual people who are doing it?
Right. So my take on that is I will use the example of the Court Users Committee again. So if we are to facilitate this evaluation, it's only fair that we allow now a third party to evaluate us now as IEBC, if we are given that mandate. Otherwise, you cannot be the referee in your own match. So I think it's a good provision so that you get now a neutral perspective on whether what you have done is good enough or not. So that if there are any failures or laxities, they can also be pointed out.
So if given an opportunity and you are a commissioner, what will you do in that line? Because you will get induction from the IEBC Secretariat, they tell you how they do things, and part of that will be like, this is how we do things, reports. So is there any changes you will make if you are given an opportunity and you are a commissioner?
So if given that opportunity now to serve as a commissioner, I will first look at now the current status, so that if the system is not broken, there is no need to fix what is not broken. What you can do now is just improve. So I look at what is the current practice, so that if it has been working, then we can just now make it better. But if the system has not been very efficient, now we'll be forced to adopt new measures in terms of evaluation and facilitating evaluation.
Thanks so much. Now, last question. If my memory serves me right, the constituency is protected there 26, not 27. I don't know. Could you please name any 5 of them, the ones who are protected?
So if I'm to name 5 of those protected constituencies, I think we have Mbalambala constituency. This one, I'll just be honest, I'll pass. I don't know them off, the 5 of them. That one I'll pass.
Thanks so much. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, I want to invite Fatuma to also ask some questions. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ruhu, would you kindly share with the panel what measures you will use if you become an IEBC member to ensure, to check if the stakeholder engagement is working? Because it is important that the IEBC stakeholder engagement, or other strategy that they are using, works. So what measures would you use, or what mechanisms would you use to check and see if it is working?
Thank you, Fatuma. So if I'll be fortunate now to be appointed as commissioner, I'll play a very proactive role now in following up on matters stakeholder engagement. Just the way we do it in the judiciary, we always make sure we keep close contact with our stakeholders. We also have an open door policy, so I will be very proactive and make sure I always do these follow-ups to make sure that whatever engagements we have with our stakeholders are meeting our aspirations as a commission. So I'll take a proactive approach.
I'm interested in the mechanisms that we're going to use to check whether that engagement is working. The stakeholder engagement is expected to bear some fruit, isn't it?
So some of the measures I'll use, for example, I'll make sure that we can do follow-up, so that in terms of compliance, you see, when you engage the stakeholders, they are able to identify a lot of issues through those engagements. So once they identify these issues, you are able to do a follow-up as the commission now. Maybe if there was a problem somewhere, a gap somewhere, a lacuna somewhere, as the commission now address that issue, so that now we go to the root of the problem. So we'll have an open door policy. We'll be giving feedback to the stakeholders, so that whatever engagements we have, we'll always make sure that we give them feedback that this issue was raised in one of our forums, and we have addressed it in this way, we have addressed it in another way, so that we keep them close. I think I'll use a feedback mechanism, so that we always make sure we are in touch with the stakeholders.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Okay, I invite Nicodemus to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Israel, from your CV, you've stated that you worked as a magistrate from 2018 to date, and you have the privilege of serving as a head of station, though your level is not. It's a privilege that you have been given by the judiciary.
Correct.
And you are responsible for ensuring resources are utilized in accordance with the PFM Act, Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, and other financial regulations.
Correct.
this is a very crucial asset that you will have to bring to the Commission if given that opportunity to serve. What do you think are the risks at IEBC on matters procurement?
Okay, thank you for that question. So when it comes to matters procurement, as I had mentioned it earlier, the biggest risk is usually corruption. And that's why I mentioned that all the scandals of billions lost that the country has lost, all these scandals, it's usually corruption, it's usually procurement related, 99% procurement related. So for me, I think corruption is the biggest risk when it comes to procurement.
Any other risks? Maybe mention one or two others.
So other risks that may come with procurement may be incompetence. You can have members of staff who are not competent. Yes, so if they are not competent, that is why they are not able to follow some of these procedures. So incompetence can be one of them. They can also have political interference. Yes, so political interference is also another big risk when it comes to procurement. Not just political interference, but just interference from outsiders.
So in your role as a magistrate and as a leader of your station, can you share an example of a leadership challenge that you faced in your career and how you navigated it to ensure fairness and accountability?
So one of the biggest challenge faced as a magistrate, I think, is you see now you are forced to become, the nature of our job makes you to become more of an introvert. When I joined the judiciary, I was a very outgoing person. So my first posting, I will just be free with anyone. But I realized if I'm seen having lunch with you, then you end up appearing in my court. I'm now accused of being compromised by you. So as a magistrate, you cannot even hang out with your professional peers. An example is the prosecutors, for example. You spend the whole day with them in court. He's an advocate, you are an advocate. But now if you step out of that courtroom together and an accused person sees the two of you together, he'll now accuse you of being biased and being compromised by the prosecutor. Same with the advocates who appear before us. These are professional peers. But if I meet advocate so-and-so outside now, I just have to say hi and we leave it at that. I can't afford to hang out with him because he has matters before me. So when it comes to the judiciary, you actually lose your social life. So you are forced to just confine to yourself, which I think was one of the biggest adjustments I had to make. I don't know if I've answered your question or I got you wrong, but it's one of the biggest challenges I've faced now as a judicial officer.
So you have not faced any leadership challenge that required you to have a decision that was...
Yes, I can also give another example. I'll give the example of some of the people who work with us. You are presiding over cases. I'll give a personal experience. One day I find myself having lunch somewhere, then somebody just approaches me and tells me, Mheshimiwa, nimeshukuru sana, ile naona soda yangu ilifika. So I become curious and ask him, which soda is this you're talking about? Because I couldn't even recall his face. So I took his details, I noted down somewhere, I followed up. So on following up, I found that I'd made a decision in his favor. You see, some of the people who work with us sometimes they can predict some of these matters after working for the judiciary for very many years. So apparently one of my assistants had solicited for something from him, and he was paid, and he used my name. I was not aware, and by God's grace, I just encountered that person by coincidence. So I did what I had to do. That time I was still under somebody else. I reported to my in charge the incident, and action was taken against that staff.
Thank you very much, and all the best, Ruhu.
Professor Adam Solo, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just like my colleague Bore, let me call you Israel.
Thank you.
And you just finished your answer to him by saying, by God's grace. I've also named my son Israel, so.
I'm happy to hear that. I thought I was the only one called that.
In the Bible, as you know, names come with
Meanings.
responsibility. You are not named for nothing, and therefore that holy name you carry comes with a lot of what you would call characteristics that should take you to the next level. But let me also say that at 37, coming from Tana River, the milestones you have achieved so far, the eloquence with which you talk, I say heko.
Thank you. I'm humbled.
That's the good part. Now let's go to the tough part. If appointed as member of the IEBC, what key national values and principles of governance shall guide you in performing your duties as a member?
Thank you for that question, Professor. So I had mentioned that these national values and principles, they are enshrined under Article 10 of the Constitution. Some of them include, I'd already mentioned accountability, transparency, coming from a marginalized community. So I also mentioned the issue of affirmative action. So the key values which will guide me in IEBC, you see, IEBC is all about free, fair, credible elections. So if you are to offer Kenyans a free, fair, and credible election, then integrity, accountability, and transparency is everything. So those will be my key guiding national values and principles.
My last question. What would you do if it comes to your knowledge that one of your fellow commissioners is a director in a company that is trading with IEBC, and how would you deal with it if you are appointed as a member?
Right, thank you. So if in the event I find myself in such a situation, if appointed a commissioner, I think that will be an unfortunate turn of events, because as a commissioner, we ought to know better. Yes, if you now decide to trade with the very organization that you sit in, that already the conflict of interest is illegal, it's outlawed. So if I'm to find myself in that situation, we have, having worked for the ESCC, one of the ways of actually fighting corruption includes, sometimes we are allowed to caution people. So as a commissioner, out of collegiality, we'll caution such commissioner and ask him to cease whatever he was doing, so that now if he decides not to change, then we can invite the other actors, including the Anti-Corruption Commission, now to deal with that matter, because it will now be beyond us. But for a start, you can caution your colleague.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. It's not too long since Israel finished high school. Do you have some high school questions?
Sure. Let me take you somewhere outside your area. Then if you don't get it, I'll come back to somewhere in your area. Your civics, just as the chair says, your civics must be alive in you. Which African country was formerly known as Upper Volta? Upper Volta.
Upper Volta, that could be, I'm trying to recall which West African country it is. It's in the...
But we can pass the way they usually say.
Take a guess instead
Just
of
take
passing.
a guess, yeah.
Okay, let me just guess. It's I don't know how it's pronounced. Not Nigeria. The other one, Niger.
Let me take you to what should be familiar territory. Who is the youngest permanent secretary currently, and what age is that PS?
Youngest permanent secretary should be, I'll mention Umi Bashir.
I'll try and look for you. Was appointed in the last batch. Okay, maybe I'm not framing it well. I should have said, who is the youngest nominee for PS? Sorry for that.
Right, now that's better. So now that he comes from the coast where he come from, I can now comfortably say it's Fikirini Jacobs.
Thank you, Chair.
Asante.
In his 30s. That's the best I can get. I don't know the exact age, but somewhere in his 30s.
Thank you very much, Honorable Israel Guyo Ruhu. It's been a great pleasure talking to you and hearing your perspectives. I don't know whether you have any comment or question to make.
So thank you, Chair, and the entire panel. I don't have any question, maybe just as a parting shot. I will just give an example of the biblical story of David versus Goliath. I believe it's also mentioned in the Quran, or the benefit of Fatuma. I urge this panel just to give this country a David moment. I know the task ahead is not small, but we can tackle this issue of free and fair elections. It has always been a big issue, very protracted elections, but I'm sure as a panel, this distinguished panel, you can give this country a David and Goliath moment. That is food for thought for the panel.
Thank you. You're asking us to slay the giant, and we will try and do it.
Precisely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please remember to pick your your certificates. The notebook is yours and the pen, and if you so wish, the water also. Blessings to you, na safari njema ukirudi kule Kiziwani Lamu.
Sawa. Asante.
Asante. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Can we have the next candidate, please? feel free to adjust the seat. There's a lever somewhere. Yeah. Asante. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. We would like to welcome you to this brief interaction moment, thanking you for showing interest in the advertised position, but also congratulating you for being shortlisted. We will have a brief session together just to be able to engage you on your interest in the position of member for the Commission of IEBC. Madam Linda, do you want to proceed and introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, Madam Linda.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as a Vice Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session.
Thank you. Madam Jacinda, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Shikamoo.
Maraba.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jacinta.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman. I'm the member of this panel. Welcome.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Madam Ishmael.
Good afternoon.
And karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of this panel.
Good afternoon, Jacinta.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we want to ask you to introduce yourself, give us your brief profile, highlighting those things you think are milestones for us to note, why you're suitable for this position, and if there's any award you have won, and if you're a member of any professional group. Kindly proceed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, through the chair.
Afternoon.
I'm Jacinta Ismail, born and raised in Mombasa, school in Marycliff Primary School and Star of the Sea Secondary School. After finishing my secondary school, I was employed with Mombasa Municipal Council, the defunct local authorities, deployed into Housing Development Department, where we were doing the third urban World Bank projects. There, at a very early age, I started engaging with the communities because we were doing registration for the project of giving the land parcels to the wananchi in Chaani and Mikindani. From there, henceforth, I moved through finance divisions of audit, revenue, audit, and up to becoming an acting assistant municipal treasury when I was now transferred to Kilifi County Council. During that period, I registered myself as an accountant with CASNEB. I started doing my accounting courses. I got an award as the best in local authority finance and accounting paper. I also was involved through many workshops and seminars for the local authority. When I moved now into Kilifi County Council, now we were doing reforms for local authority. So I was involved in those reforms, the one-stop shop for licensing of businesses, now into the devolution systems, into the integrated systems of the former defunct local authorities. All those reforms I participated. And we were able also through those reforms to be the first local authority in cost out of the 13 in our performance contract, the first performance contract. So in short, my journey was purely through local authorities, then into devolution of the county government of Kilifi. There also I moved through departments and divisions, still under finance, finalizing into the creation of the municipalities, Malindi and Kilifi, where I was spearheading the structures of finance in those two municipalities. And we were able also to spearhead those municipalities. And as I'm speaking now, 3 more have been created because of the good performance. I also spearheaded the structuring of the Kilifi County Act, Scholarship Act, to which we did structures for the funding from the wards into the needy students of the 35 wards. So that generally is my journey. It has taken long for me also to pursue my studies. Being at a very early age, I had to pay for myself, and then I started a family. And also getting time off and so on, but I was very determined. So I finalized my CPA, so I'm a certified ISPAC member. And during that journey also I was able to do my first degree with UNISA, which was affiliated with the Kenya College of Accountancy. And also I continued and I did my master's with Kenyatta University. I'm hoping I'll do my PhD also. So that is my career journey from school to where now I am. I got an appointment as a chief officer in Kilifi County government. And also in that tenure of the 2.5 years, I've been moved through 3 divisions, 2 being in finance, economic planning, and resource mobilization. And finally now I am in the Department of Trade, Tourism and Cooperative, heading the Cooperative Development Directorate. Why do I think that this position, I'm able to perform in this position? At an early age, as I have said earlier, I have moved through communities. I have been trained of how to collect data, to analyze, and to do allotment. I have been keen in performance is through teamwork, a very seamless, profound teamwork, which has been my key milestone in all the performance issues I have been able to achieve. Under the financial management aspect, I have been able to bring on board also the soft skills, the communication, accountability, transparency, public participation, the data collection and analysis, and all those will be useful for this position of a member of the IBC. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Now, I have heard you list down some of the skills and competencies that you possess. But in relation to that, in relation and in addition to that, what other skills and competencies do you think are essential for the entire team of the commissioners to be able to work effectively?
The key skills which will be needed there on in the commission, as I said earlier, teamwork cuts across because it holds the communication part, the soft skills, the communication, which if there is a good communication structure, then we are upholding that the trust and the integrity, because we are talking as one. If the communication is broken down, there are gaps, then already we are having a structure which is fragmented. So with communication, and communication brings about the cohesion of also internally, even the staffing, the secretariat, because now everyone will know his or her roles. And in that one then, that cohesion of the human resource, all the other sectors of the secretariat, which will be now the underlying factor of performance for the commission. And in that one also you have to bring on board the emotional intelligence of how you deal with this between yourselves and between the commission and even the staffing. And even when you are going out for public participation, you have to really understand the stakeholders you are going to meet there, the community, their requirements, the unique features.
This one will be a yes or no question. I need you to indicate to this panel whether you have any of the following strategic complementarities, including electoral matters. Do you have any experience in electoral matters?
Do I have?
Any experience in electoral matters?
Generally.
Yes or no, madam? Is just a yes or no? Yes.
No.
No. What about management?
Yes.
Finance?
Yes.
Governance?
Yes.
Public administration?
Yes.
Good. Law?
No.
ICT?
No.
And accounting?
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Carol and Kituku to also ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome once more, Ms. Jacinta.
Yeah.
The current legal and policy framework makes sure that Kenya is, takes into account the diversity of the people of Kenya. Such diversity includes the marginalized and persons with disability. What do you think that IBC should put in place or can do to ensure that persons with disabilities and the marginalized people exercise their right to vote within the framework of Article 38 of the Constitution?
The IBC, it is the whole process which the IBC should look into. Number one, the registration should be, with marginalized people, for example, they wander they keep on wandering because of their livestock, because of other factors, and so on. So IBC should put in place the structure of registration, during registration, and even during the actual D-Day of the voting. Ensure that how can we get as many as those people to vote, to register and vote. So like we can put mobile registration areas whereby we'll be moving towards those communities to do registrations. And for the people with disability, generally they have been covered, with the exception of the totally blind. Because with those one now, the assistant presiding officer or the presiding officer has to take them through. Because those forms do not have any features like the Braille signs or anything for the totally blind. So moving forward, long term, if there can be a feature where to give them the full rights, they can also themselves, they can touch and know that this feature is for this party or this candidate whom I want to vote for. Yeah. But for the general right now, they have the special booths, they are the ramps in the polling station, so they can access the polling station and they can vote with no problem. For the locomotive and the other types of disabilities.
Yeah. In your view, the disenfranchised category could be persons with visual disability.
Yes.
And you've made a proposal.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Ismail, first, let me congratulate you very much for studying and acquiring all these certificates with a family. It's not easy at all, especially for a woman. Being a mother, a wife, and a family person. It's a full-time job, and then you have your other job, and then you have children. So I'm really very impressed, and so I congratulate you.
Thank you.
You may actually, you said you may not have electoral experience, but you have voted many times.
Yes.
I would imagine. So one of the issues you'll be confronted with if you are successful and become a member of the IEBC, you will be, together with your colleagues, have to ensure that all materials and everything is at the polling station and they open on time. So what strategies? We have seen a lot of problems, challenges during the election day, some of which I have just mentioned to you, opening on time. What other challenges have you experienced in your many years of voting and engaging with communities in Kilifi and Mombasa during election day?
The challenges, as you have correctly, through the chair, the challenges which you have noted, Madam Koki, is the starting point, the time. And that is why I emphasize on time management in my opening comments. It is very crucial that planning, the success of that D-Day is not on that D-Day, but prior planning. So strategic prior planning. Where should those materials be kept prior to that election day? Because if they are to be brought there on that D-Day, then where are they coming from? Some 15 kilometers away, some 30 kilometers away? Or is it a place nearby enough with good security features that it can just be carried and moved from that central place to all the nearby polling stations? Early enough, 2 hours, let's say, prior. 2 hours prior, the materials, the polling clerks, the presiding officers, the assistant presiding, all those secretariats should be seated and in place.
Besides that, time management and what you have just said, what other challenges can occur during the election day?
The challenges which occur on election day, one, that the lateness of opening the polling station. The other key one is when people are coming for confirmation in the register. They don't find their names in the register, and they are told to stand, to step back, to wait, and time is moving on. And sometimes, finally, they will not even be able to vote because of such factors that the name was not there in the register. And these factors also bring about the other negative issues in that polling station.
So if you are lucky, how are you going to address those two issues of late opening and missing names in the register?
The late, I said, we will do a very strategic planning of where those polling materials should be kept so that we minimize on the time of transportation to the polling station and the starting time. So the polling materials and the clerks or the secretariats who are supposed to be in polling station should be there at least 3 hours prior. So by 9 a.m. in the morning, 3, they are supposed to be there if we are to start at 6. And for the names, the missing names and so on, that one can be captured through the vigorous audit. When registration is being done, and auditing also is being done to confirm and ensure that people who are in Ward A, their names are there in Ward A. So those skipping, those double allocations and so on should not appear or should be significantly reduced.
Thank you very much, Madam Ismail, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Asante. FCPA, Tanui, please.
Yeah, asante mwenyekiti, na nataka nimpongeze mhasibu Jacinta kwa mmoja wa ambao tunawafanyia hii majaribio ya leo. So Jacinta, nimeona kwamba wewe ni afisa mkuu katika idara ya utalii, biashara na mashirika, na pia mwanzoni ulikuwa afisa mkuu katika serikali ya kaunti ya Kilifi, mmoja ukiwa afisa mkuu wa uhamasishaji wa rasilimali na ingine ukiwa afisa mkuu wa mipango na ya kiuchumi, Economic Planning Division. Na pia umekuwa mhasibu katika municipality ya Kilifi na Malindi. So hizo miaka mingi kuanzia mwaka wa 2013 mpaka wa leo. Sasa hii uchuzi na utaalamu ambao umekuwa nao, kama ukipata nafasi kuwa commissioner katika tume la IEBC, hii uchuzi itakufaidi vipi wewe kwanza kama commissioner ukitekeleza wajibu wako kama commissioner katika tume la IEBC, na pili katika utawala bora katika tume ya IEBC. Asante.
Through the chair, thank you. Ujuzi niliopata katika utendaji kazi katika hizo wizara mbalimbali nilizopitia katika ukuzaji wa malengo yangu, nitatumia huo ujuzi. Kwanza nimeupata ni wa kusimamisha, kikubwa kabisa ni kusimamisha imani ya utekelezaji wa kazi, maanake hizo zote ni public offices. Kwa hivyo ukiwekwa hapo bado ni wananchi ndio wanakuangalia. So wewe ambaye ni kinara wa katika hicho kiti na wale wenzako ni mushikane, mufanye yale wananchi wanayotegemea yafanye. Sasa ujuzi nilopata ni katika sasa ule utekelezaji, ni kuwa ni wajibike. Nimewajibika, mimi umenisaidia kupigana kwa kila wakati ninapopelekwa, ni kuwa naweza kuwajibika, ni kujitokelezea ya kuwa nawajibika, ya kuwa nimefanya vizuri, wananchi wamefurahia kile walichohitaji ama hata zaidi kidogo. Na kwa hivyo umenifanya mimi kuzidi kuwa na matarajio ya kuwa naweza kufanya na zaidi. Lakini yote haya yanafanyika na ya kuwa wewe unaongoza, lakini katika ile mikakati yako ya uongozi ni wale ulionao wawe ni watu mutasongea nyote pamoja, ndio utaweza kutimiza hayo malengo. Sasa katika haya masomo yangu yote nimesoma kuwa ni lazima utumie wale ulionao katika pale ulikowekwa, ndio uweze kufikia malengo. So malengo ukiangalia ni ya serikali kuu, ni ya serikali hizi za county, ni kuwa wananchi wanataka tu utumishi bora, wapate service delivery iliyo ya kueleweka na kwa wakati unaofaa. Wawe wamejulishwa, wamejumuishwa katika ile mipango mnayofanya, na utakuwa umeweza. Sasa huo ndo ujuzi uliponifundisha, na katika ujuzi ndo nimeona hata hapa ni ujuzi huo huo tu ndo unatakikana, ya kuwa uwe unajielewa. Hapa mfalme ni mwananchi wa Kenya. So katika kule kote nimepitia ni sawa tu kuwa mkubwa tajiri ni mwananchi, na anachotaka ni huduma bora. So kwa IEBC anataka akipiga kura awe ana imani kwa ile kura yake imeenda vile anavyotaka, imehesabika kwa vile anavyotaka, kwa wakati anaotaka, na kwa wakati ule wazikitangazwa ni ule yale matarajio atalokuwa nayo yamekuwa hayakuwa, lakini anaweza kuamini yale matokeo yaliyotolewa.
Sasa hii uchuzi wako wa uhasibu itasaidia vipi ili tume ya IEBC? Uchuzi wako ya uhasibu.
Uhasibu, through the chair please, sorry. Uhasibu ni nguzo katika maelekezo bora ya katika utumishi. Manake uhasibu ndo unaleta uwazi, unaondoa utaratibu wa kufanya ukora. So katika IEBC uhasibu nikiweka na zile misingi yake yote, itakuwa tumeweka tayari ile nguzo ya uwazi katika uandikishaji wa wapigaji kura. Itatusaidia katika wakati wa kupiga kura zenyewe, na tutamalizia, manake uhasibu uko connected, unalinganishwa, na mwisho kabisa ni kuwa lazima ufatilize ulichosema katika uhasibu ndicho ulichofanya, na unarudi mwisho kukiangalia ulifanya kikiwa sawa ama si sawa, na kama ni sawa bado unaweza kuongeza kuboresha vipi, na kama si sawa huko unakoenda mbele unaweza kurudi ukarekebisha vipi. So uhasibu kwa ujumla utasaidia sana.
Asante na kutakia mema kwako mwenyekiti.
Asante.
Thank you very much. Mheshimiwa Evans Misati, tafadhali uliza maswali yako.
Asante sana, Chairman. Jacinta,
yes, sir.
Sitaki kujaribu Kiswahili. Let me ask my question in English. Now, please tell this panel your understanding of the distinct roles between the IEBC commissioners and the IEBC Secretariat.
The
distinct roles, their roles.
Through the chair, roles and functions are clearly divided upon the different categories of staffing. So for the Secretariat, it is the daily routine where they will be doing the daily work of administration, HR, and so on. They will be bringing on board to the board, that is the commission, all issues through the secretary to the chair, all issues through the relevant committees in the commission. They'll be discussed at the committee level, and then they'll be passed on towards the whole board of the commission. So theirs is purely administrative, the daily routine, the operations. The commission now is the policy. They are the policy makers. After being given the regulars, now they map it out into the policy, into the strategies, and finally into the causes of decision making which are supposed to be undertaken.
How does the commission practice joint responsibility? Joint responsibility.
How does?
How, in their response, you know, the commission and the secretariat, they have responsibilities. So how can they ensure that they do joint responsibility in what they do?
Through the chair, the responsibilities finally become jointed because the objective and the vision is one of the commission. So while these ones are the policy makers, these ones are the implementers. And so they move together towards the same cause of action.
Which way can they do that? How can they achieve joint responsibility?
They can achieve that one through proper planning through the committees, as I've earlier said, the committees, then they'll move the issues to the board. So here they are working together because it is them who are raising the issues. Then it is them who will be the final implementers. But here, the commission is looking into how well or how best those issues will be undertaken, because it is now the duty, the responsibility, the obligation of the commission to ensure that the objective and the visions are maintained and achieved.
Just mention a few subcommittees and how they discharge their joint responsibility as a commission.
Through the chair, there is the finance committee, there is the risk, the audit, the risk, the HR administration, there is the legal, there is the procurement.
Asanteni, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request Ms. Fatuma Saman to also ask you some questions.
Madam Jacinta, would you please tell the panel why it is important for IEBC to continuously engage its stakeholders?
Through the chair, stakeholders are the key. When you want to do the data mapping, the statistics, when you want to collect and so on, it is important that you engage the respective stakeholders in that field which you actually want to get that information from. Why? So that that information, when you get, you are able to get, you can analyze, you have that report, it will have inclusivity with the respective stakeholders, and then it will be an authenticated document than doing it all alone.
So what does that lead to?
Engagement of stakeholders lead to the authentication, which is the integrity, the transparency, the accountability of the given document, the data, the statistics.
Does that contribute to the trust?
Yes.
Is there any other outcome from the stakeholders?
The outcome from the stakeholders now, because they have been included in that the whole of that process, they have been included. They have known the factors, the underlying factors. They have gone through the unique features, the challenges. So that inclusivity makes them be bounded to what the final, that document, wherever it's going to be used, they are already bounded. So that trust, the inclusivity brings that trust, and it gives that authentication, it gives that integrity of that document.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Nicodemus Bore to ask his questions, please?
Thank you, and Madam, I want to join Madam Koki, the rest of the panelists in congratulating you the level at which you have reached in terms of your career and also your education path. You have been holding several high-profile offices, both in Mombasa and now Kilifi.
Yes.
And you have applied to be a member of the IEBC Commission. That's another very high-profile office. I'm sure as a woman you have been targeted before by bullies of the society. And naturally, you become a soft target for criticism, sometimes threats, and other forms of harassment. Please share with us 2 experiences that demonstrate that you have the fortitude to withstand verbal bullying, harassment, and regular threats from either men or other women of the society.
Through the chair, yeah, harassment generally is there for women. You know, for a person, a woman, a lady, to move through positions, generally it's looked upon who is placing you there. People don't want to look into your qualification, your experience, what you have achieved practically. And with that one, of course, they will try to pull you down. I will not put it as a person, but I will put it as a position I held in the resource mobilization. So when you go out there to do public participation, because you are a woman, you are in charge, you are the person who has done the planning and so on, some of those infights even start with your own staff here. You know, this woman, you know, that sort of thing. And so sometimes they even mobilize. You are going there to the public, and they are mobilized, and so that you'll be disarrayed, and whatever you want to go and achieve you will not be able to achieve. How have I done that one? I have had that serious problem once. It was very chaotic. It was even bad, because I later came on to know it was instigated, but now they just came in and they started shouting and you know, throwing chairs and so on in the middle of a public participation, which of course has some due dates for finalization and so on and so on. I just stood my ground that the meeting has to continue. I called the respective officers who I had gone with them. I like myself going to this public participation. So I do sampling, because there are 35 wards in Kilifi County. It's big. And so we knew that it was something which was planned. And I had to stand my ground, that the meeting has to continue, it has to be finalized, and we have to come out of that place with a meeting which was done. So I called that group which came with all those chaotic issues and so on. And they were just talking, all of them, they were talking at the same time. And I stood my ground and I said, no, this is an official place. You cannot just keep on talking. Can I have 1 or 2 of you to tell me what the problem is? because I'm there now. I am the senior most. I'm there for the county. So there's no time of me saying I'll call the CCM or anyone. I have to do what is right there and then. And finally, I was able to put down the tempers. The meeting continued, and I told them, okay, you come even to the office and we discuss what your issues are. And it is a sad state, and that is generally what is happening in Kenya, that there was no issue per se, but they just wanted, it's an event, there are some funds which are used, so they should also be part of those funds. And especially because the person in charge is a lady. That is what I came and found out. So such an issue, I have gone through such, and it was not women, it was men, young men and men anyway. And for women, I will say we have come out of, women generally, we have come out of those nitty-gritty issues of a woman against another woman. We really try to hold each other, and we really try to cover and bring up each other. So for women, for now, I can't say anything much.
Thank you very much, and all the best, Chairman.
Thank you.
Asante. Professor Adam Solo, please.
Thank you, Chair Jacinta. Let me join my colleagues kwa kupatia heko for what you have achieved so far.
Asante.
Just following from where you have just left. In your career, what's the most stressful situation you have faced in your career so far? How did you handle it?
Through the chair, the most stressful, in resource mobilization, I'll say, it was very stressful. This second term, because I've been in resource twice, I've been in revenue, and then I was in resource as a chief officer. Because the structures, the staffing were not properly aligned. The targets, to achieve the targets was next to impossible. So I had now to include the people above me to show them the real situation on the ground, and then what can we do to turn it around. It was stressful, and not only stressful, some of those areas are also dangerous because you touch a person who has been there for years, a person who has also other links. So even giving that information, you have to really coin it in such a manner that it will uphold the standards of you are very impartial. You are very impartial. You are not talking about Mr. X because of any other issue, but because of the relevant, let's say, targets and the history about it and so on. So that the other person, the higher person than me, can understand it, and then now you give your input of what you want to do for that turnaround. And still, it's not that easy. It is challenging. It is frustrating.
I hear you, and many a time, globally, and including in Kenya, when a woman is of strong character, she's called Iron Lady. Are you an Iron Lady?
Yes, I will say it with the emphasis of a yes.
right now, as we speak, 3 women former commissioners, rightfully or wrongly, are living in exile. That's why I'm asking you. Because what you are going to is no kids' play. 3, for whatever reasons, are right now living in exile. Do you want to have second thoughts about applying for this job?
No.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Do you have some final questions?
I'll be biased on this one and ask you a question relating to gender. Who was the first female president in Africa, and which country did she lead? But we can pass. Country? Microphone. Put your microphone and
Sorry?
repeat the answer.
Yeah. Okay. It was Salif Johnson. The country now. I pass. Yeah.
The country I pass. Let me ask you one which is not so much in your territory, but which you should know. Explain what the acronym ECOWAS stands for, and give any 3 member states of that bloc. ECOWAS. Like EAC, like SADC, like the Maghreb Union.
Yeah. The member states are...
The acronym first, or I pass that?
You pass the European...
Member states.
Community.
Any 3? 5 seconds to go.
Is it Europe, France, and...
Thank you, Chair.
Asante, tumefika tamati, na sijui kama uko na wasia wowote ama maswali.
Yangu ni kushukuru kwa kunipa nafasi hii ya kuweza kuja hapa leo kujieleza, kusikilikana na Kenya, nikitumai na kuomba inshallah kuwa nikiwa katika hao makomishna tutaweza kuregesha ile imani na mahitaji ya Wakenya.
Asante. Tumefurahia sana mazungumzo ambayo tumekuwa nayo na wakati ambapo tumekuwa pamoja. Uwe na heri njema na safari iliyo njema. Kumbuka kuchukua certificates zako. Uko na daftari, kalamu, hata maji pia. Ubarikiwe sana. Asante. Asante. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much media. Karibuni kwenye mankuli ya mchana. Mtaweza kutuacha kidogo ili tukaweze kumalizia hiyo sehemu nyingine ambayo imesalia, na tutakutana hapa saa 8:30. Asante. Thank you. So it's a great pleasure for us to have you. We advertised, you saw, and you did something, you applied, and we are grateful to you for that decision to apply. Yes, I've noted. Yeah. So we are grateful that you did that, and congratulations for being shortlisted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, we will take you through a brief process just to get to know you better and to learn more from you as we have been doing with the other candidates. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. And I'll let my colleagues here introduce themselves. One of us is on his way coming in, but he will also introduce once he arrives. Please do.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Linda. Yes.
Habari ya adhuhuri ama jioni? Ni adhuhuri ama jioni?
Adhuhuri.
Okay.
Alasiri, alasiri.
Ni alasiri?
Alasiri.
Okay. Mi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui na karibu mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Asante.
Jackson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Karo Kituko, a member of the panel.
Thank you, Caro.
Good afternoon, Jackson.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Yes, Professor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Karibu sana, Jackson. My name is Nicodemus Bore, member of this panel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kibot.
Good afternoon.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kiboro.
Good afternoon.
Na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante sana, Barozi.
Nikana kwamba mungefurahia Kiswahili kidogo. Tutumie lugha ama Kiingereza.
I am competent.
You are confident
In all the languages,
in all the languages.
but I would like to prefer English.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So as I said at the beginning, we are grateful and congratulate you for being shortlisted for this position of member of the IEBC Commission. We would like you to introduce yourself to us and just mention in a short time a bit about your profile and the competencies that you bring and how those are suited for the position that you applied for as a member of the IEBC Commission. So I'll let you to start with your introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dr. Jackson Kiboro, or Jackson Dere Kiboro. I was born in a sub-unit of a village called Karuma. It is in the Marimanti location, Tharaka South Sub-County, Tharaka Nithi County, Eastern Region of the Republic of Kenya, some 7 years back. I started my academic journey in Kamatungu Primary School from 1995 to 2002, where I ended by Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, KCPE, and I scored 348 marks out of possible 500. I proceeded to Kajundodhi High School. Kajundodhi is in the Meru South, currently Mudambi Sub-County. From 2003 to 2006. Those are 4 years. 2003 to 2006. I did by KCSE, and I scored a B+ of 72 points. That was a very poor performance because my dad had cleared the school fees. He expected me to perform, and it equipped me with my character trait that when you are facilitated, you have nothing but to deliver. You have nothing but to deliver. So a B+ of 72 points was not taken lightly by my dad, but nevertheless, he persuaded me to continue my academic journey. In between, before I joined the university, according to the culture of that time, you were supposed to stay for 2 years before joining university. For those 2 years, I worked in the community as a PTA teacher in Waroko Primary from 21st April 2007 to 30th June 28, where I was a PTA teacher for mathematics. And those who are listening to me and those who are seeing, they can attest that I pushed the miniscore from 28% from that school to 67%. And also to thank the parents of that school because they were paying me a lot. I was being paid 2,000 shillings per month. That time, it was a lot of money, and it was a lot of money. Then I proceeded to the University of Nairobi, where I was readmitted on 13th October on Monday at 2:46 p.m. I am a sticker of details because this job does not require to gamble. Does not require to gamble. I go 2:46 p.m. But then registrar Wanambia Mwawero, I want to thank him, where I did my BA, double major options in economics and sociology, and I graduated in 2012 with the second degree honors upper division. And devolution came. When devolution came, I was employed as a ward administrator, and I worked along the way. But luckily, my dad is a consumer of education. He values education, and I consider it to appreciate him. Flew me to South Africa for my master's in economics. I came back. That one between 2013 to around 15, I finished. I came back. I did a very good work in the administration department. From there, my dad still was confident of me. He was confident. He flew me back again for my PhD. I finished. When I came, I was promoted to the principal administrator. I worked very well and became very honest. I was deployed to the finance department. And currently, I am in the special program, handling MBNDP program, both at the sub-county level and the other levels. Panel, I want to say this. All that one is because of God. Nashukuru zaidi kwa Mwenyezi Mungu. I want also to thank this panel for shortlisting me. May you feel valued and appreciated. Without God and without you, I could not be here. In all my career journey up to today, I want to say I'm a believer. Ambassador, I'm a believer. I fear the Lord. Even if I'm effective, efficient, result-oriented, dependable, non-aligned, if I don't fear the Lord, if I'm not a believer, I become a dangerous bomb linked to explode in the commission. We must fear God, Professor. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. I have acquired various skills that are a key to this position. One of the skills I have acquired, there are three. One, administrative skills. And administrative skills, we have a skill called intelligence gathering or a consumer of intelligence. A consumer of intelligence person, or a person who is a consumer of information, is very key to this position because he or she will be in control of the activities. Bwana Makanda, when voting is ongoing, a good example, let's say in Ndoli Primary, Msambweni, in the Kwale, Muitoko Primary, Luanda, Sub-County, Vihiga, Ndakare Primary, Wajir West, Kierandi Primary, Raka North. If you are not a consumer of intelligence, then you are periodical report. You are likely to give, you are more likely not to capture them, and the people will not have confidence in you. You must be able to know what is happening. You must be in control. When you hear someone mentioning activities from this one to this one to this one, it tells you he is in control. Ambassador, a good example, and I'm not saying, I'm going to give an example. A voting has started across the country, in the Kanga primary, Kanga in Kitui, voting has not started. No reasons, or there is some chaos. And I'm not saying the people of Kitui are chaotic. No, there are some chaos. And as a commissioner, I don't know. How are those people there are going to take me? So that one is a skill that I have learned. Number two, stickler to details. Stickler to details. This is not a position to guess. Stickler to details. Election is about adherence to the rules and the regulations to avoid irregularities and irregularities and in data management. As a commissioner, I must be able to give accurate data, verifiable, and the traceability of data. Number three, another skill I have learned, teamwork. I'm a teamwork player. I get along very well with colleagues. They can attest where they are watching me. Na mimi sio mtu wa mambo mengi. Mimi ni mtu mcha Mungu. And I believe if I get kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu, if I get this position, the country will have a competent-based electoral commissioner by the name of Dr. Jackson Kiboro. Thank you.
Thank you. How did you acquire all these skills just at 36?
Being mentored by my seniors. Obeying and learning. I was mentored by my seniors and also my dad. My dad is a stickler of details. If my mind and handake, and I report to my dad, he will start at what time did you start feeding all those one? Not Ngabo. A sticker of details.
Excellent.
We don't want to have a commission that will say, no. We want a commission, a sticker, detailed.
Thank you. I'll turn you over to Madam Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kiboro, I must admit that your firmness in your religious belief is quite admirable. And with that, we've had some of your skills. We've had some of the skills that you have elaborated to this panel. But in addition to that, in addition to the skills that you have acquired in the course of your career journey, what relevant experience do you bring to the table if, in the event you're taken up as one of the commissioners of IEBC?
Come again, Madam Linda.
What relevant experience do you bring to the table in the event you're taken up as an IEBC commissioner?
Very good. Yes. I have over 10 years experience, not at a junior level, but at a senior level, of duty allocation with clear and definite deliverables. This is very important because during elections, I witnessed a scenario, and sorry to say this, a scenario where duty is allocated affirmatively, and in between, there are errors that have far consequences. Number one, I have a skill of duty allocation. Number two, supervision skill. That's an experience, supervising skill. I will supervise the secretariat, data analyst. Number three, problem-solving skills. Problem-solving skills. Experience. Also experience. I have experience in solving problems. If, for instance, someone has been shortchanged, I know we sit down at an IEBC level, trying to solve that problem. I have that experience of arbitration.
In the course of your career, have you experienced a high-pressure environment where your leadership skills have been tried and tested? And if so, in very short words, could you please share that experience with this panel?
Oh, yes. There was a time when some people, some officers, junior officers, yes, it was a very pleasant time. They misbehaved when I was an administrator in a function where our first governor was. That was in 2016, 21st July. They misbehaved, they were senior officers, but because they were aligned to the governor, they thought they could come and join the other dancers. They could join other dancers and praise the governor. That was 2016, and I was the administrator. This was not taken lightly. That one pressurized the governor. He called me and told me, Jackson, I want a recommendation for their sacking. Magistrate. I want the recommendation for their sacking. But after that one, I talked to him that these are young people. They were just happy. They need to be reoriented and taken for induction courses at the School of Government. So they were taken. Instead of them showing being sacked, they were taken. That one is an experience I gained.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I would like to ask Madam Caro Kituku to ask you some questions. Kindly, Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Jackson Dele Kiboro. I admire your journey, your academic journey, and I'm grateful. South Africa has been kind to you. Let's come back to Kenya, to the job you're applying before at the IEBC. So you know there is this thing called party hopping. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Would you tell us what it is?
Party hopping is where candidates move from one party to another or align with one party to another aligning from one party to another, and I will give an example kwa Kiswahili. I will jag kwa Kiswahili. Pale hii ni pale ugombea tofauti unatoka kwa hii party to another bila kufuatilia katiba. Okay? In our language, I don't want to use that uncommon language. Wacha tu ikae. We call them political dwarfs. Those do party hopping. You move from one party to another without bila kuangalia mswada bila kuwa client by IEBC. You know, if you move from one party to another, you change.
What do you call them? Political what? Okay, let's.
I don't want it to the politician to weigh on my neck, but I can talk them out of this one.
All right, let's move on. So at what point under the law, particularly the Political Parties Act, is a person deemed to have designed or quit a political party?
I
What
think-
must, what,
At what point of that?
at what point in law,
In law.
okay, under the Political Parties Act particularly, is a person deemed to have resigned from a political party or to be said to have left or quit that political party?
Oh, thank you.
Explain to us maybe 5 circumstances that applies that will demonstrate that a person has been deemed to have left that political party.
Number one, when you disagree with the political agenda of the party and write to the registrar of political parties, quit that party. Number two, when your association with another political party that did not sponsor you to a director post, when you are seeing associating yourself more on the management. An example, I have been elected by a party called the Elephant. An example, a party called the Elephant in the Parliament. But when I go there, I see this party called the Elephant to Mekosana, to seminar the party leader. I join a party called the Donkey. It's an example. I join a party, or I am seen associating with it. With the party called Donkey. I am not going to name those parties because I should have been unaligned. Number three, or when I become independent, or an independent candidate to join a political party. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I wish you well, Daktari. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Koki. It's your time to ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Kiboro,
Yes.
your enthusiasm is infectious. So, and I am very excited to interact with you, and I am appreciating the fact that you have restrained yourself, because should you be successful, you will appear in front of those politicians. So we have to tread a little careful.
Yes.
Anyway, I want to ask you a question relating to voter registration, and specifically relating to the very low turnout of people of your age and below. First, all the, even last year's, the report of Kofi Annan Foundation and other international observers indicated that despite the fact that quite a number of youth had identity cards, and some even were registered, they didn't show up to vote. With your enthusiasm, your experience, what are the strategies do you think, if you are successful, you can specifically employ to entice young people, first, those who are potential voters and are not registered but have identity cards to register, and two, those who are already registered to actually engage in the electoral processes of their country? And don't tell me you are using technology and WhatsApp and social media. Just think of innovative ways that you can use your infectious enthusiasm to actually galvanize the young voters, to potential voters, to register, number one, and those who are registered to actually go out and vote in 2027.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. You have talked of a statement of enticing. The Commission will not entice voters to vote.
Please let me withdraw that.
Yes.
What I meant is galvanizing them. Okay, you know, like mobilizing, you know, community mobilization of the young people and galvanizing them, not enticing them with with money or any other resources, but actually trying to get them to register, and those that are registered to actually participate and vote.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for that within room, because we are being watched. Number one. Yeah, number one. We will agree with, I am angry with you, Ambassador. We have a lot of voter turnout apathy. This is because of not care attitude and lethargy, because many youth feel hopelessness. Even if I registered and go to vote, I'm not getting anything. However, as a commissioner, I will come up with what to call electoral role frame. With a very electoral role frame, is a tool that has been tested and retested, not only in not in this country, but in other countries. I'm not going to mention them because Kenya has some diplomatic ties with them. Electoral frame that has a very good plan. Number one, I will prepare to plot in terms of population, and number three, I will educate them, voter education. Ambassador Koch, you have talked about technology. I want to tell this team, you have talked about technology. Allow me to expound that one. We cannot rule out technology in the current political terrain. In fact, I had not kubeba my laptop. I would have illustrated to this panel how people will register from home and vote from home. I would have just step by step illustrated here. There is a system I've developed, step by step. So I think I will improve or enhance voter education. Today, everybody in Kenya knows a vote is more powerful than a missile.
Dr. Kiboro, I want to bring you back to the main question. You see, young people of your age and below have always been complaining about bad governance. And in fact, it is them who contribute to bad governance for failure to register and to come out and vote. Because if you stay at home, it means that you are actually voting against your best candidate because you are not there. What I wanted you to tell me is how you will reach them. Not, not because you have that log frame. And by the way, it's okay to benchmark with best practices. So if you have seen a nice log frame from another country, it's a good, it's a good plus. It's not a negative thing. So how do you use your log frame specifically in our current situation to actually register as many young people who already have ID cards to vote?
Yes. Yeah, thank you. If I've gotten you very well, Ambassador, a time has come for the Commission of this country to set out the funds for public participation. We need to engage and improve, increase public participation ratio so that we reach out to as many voters as possible. Number two, we are not starting from zero. As a commission, we are not starting. As a commission, we have secretariat that is in place, that has offices across the country. I believe if we plan very well, we prepare very well, we plot very well in an efficient, effective, economical, we can reduce the number of people not participating in the democratic practices.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiboro, and all the best. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite our colleague, FCPA Tanwi, to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Kiboro, let me also appreciate your dad and your efforts for the achievements that you've achieved at the young age of 37. Now, the second schedule of the IEBC Act, I believe you have told us you are a stickler to details. And I believe since you knew you were coming for an interview for IEBC, I expect you to have read the IEBC Act. And since you wanted to be a commissioner, you must have inquired on how commissioners conduct their business and affairs of the commission as provided for under the second schedule. So kindly give us some highlights of how do commissioners at IEBC conduct their affairs and business of the commission as provided for under the second schedule of the IEBC Act.
Thank you. I want to be honest, I will just try because my background is not raw. I will lose nothing if I become honest. I honestly, I will lose nothing if I become honest. What I know is that the commission is usually led by the chairperson, who has the same qualification with the Supreme Court judge. It has also other 6 commissioners. And the secretariat is headed by the CEO. The commissioners, they are there for policy formulation and oversight. They are the top. They are the top decision making of the commission. Yes. Should I be selected, I will stand to be inducted more. The time has come for people to be honest. Yes.
Okay, we can move on. How can you ensure that IEBC, or what strategies and policies can you put in place if appointed as a commissioner to ensure that the commission is able to handle emergency or crisis while handling election-related matters?
Strategies to
handle emergencies or crisis management at IEBC.
Crisis management at IEBC. Thank you. One of the strategies that one has to need to be a commissioner is to be firm. You must be firm. That's one of the character trait. You must be firm. Number 2, emergency situations at the IEBC. The only currency that can be used there is by law. Adherence to the law and fidelity to the law. Because if you follow law, the law as a guidelines on how we can handle those emergencies. Number 3, improving communication. Improving communication. You can be doing a lot, but you will be rated wrongly if you don't know how to communicate, when, and to who. Number 3, crisis of 2 nature. We can have data crisis or a personnel crisis. And a data crisis, we must have a very, very strong backup to handle those crises. But at a personal level, we have code of ethics that guide the operations or the working of every commissioner. If it is in data, I think we need to have a very, very, very strong server. A server is an highly automated backstopping system intertwined with a watertight software that handles and receives electronic data in real form and real time. And it is the last line of defense when doubt emerges as a result of data accuracy, verification, and traceability. So if we have a very strong software or a very strong data for that, I think in data crisis, we will be zeroed. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Back to you, Chair.
When we introduce ourselves, Mr. T did not get time to say his name. He will say his name to you, then he will proceed and ask his questions. Please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Dr. Kibol, my name is Evans Misati. I represent the political parties in this panel and a member of this panel. Now, I'm happy to deal with somebody who is very keen to details, according to your presentation. Could you please tell the panel the date of the next general election?
Date of the next?
When are we going to conduct our 2027 general election?
The second Tuesday of August.
Good. Let's go ahead. What was the population quota at the first delimitation in 2012?
Sorry?
The number of the population quota when the first boundary delimitation was done.
In 2012?
Yes.
The population quota.
Can I move from figure?
I have not got it very clear, Bwana Misati.
I'm asking you, what was the quota, the population quota, when the first boundary delimitation was done in 2012?
In other words, how many people were designated for each electoral area, say constituency, in 2012 as the average number? That's the question he's asking. And for an economist, this is a...
Around 70,000.
Okay, let's move. Are you aware of the number of protected constituencies that were protected at that time?
Uh, 290.
Let's move. From your understanding, during the general elections, we bring in new staff, like we call them temporary staff. Could you please tell this panel some of the risks you can anticipate during having such a mass number of people?
Thank you. In the last general elections, the Commission had conducted around 500,000 electoral personnel who under a lot of risk, like profiling. Some of them were being profiled by politicians. That this person, we are fearing pengine atavuruga uchaguzi. That was one of the major risk. Number two, and also areas and the challenge of securities.
Now, thanks so much. Let me leave you at that, and I wish
Number
you all the
three,
best.
kidogo, Number 3, all these people, not of them are more qualified in terms of understanding concept very fast.
Now that you have invited me back, what will be the limit if you are given an opportunity and you are a commissioner? What will you do to avert any of the risks during that period?
Early preparation and planning. Early preparation.
Specific activities that you will propose as a commissioner
to avoid those ones, I think the Commission can adopt high technology, use of technology.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma Saman to ask some questions, please.
Dr. Kiboro.
Yes.
The civil society plays a critical role in the process of elections. How do you think IEBC should engage them? How should they be engaged by the IEBC?
The IEBC should engage the civil society in a very transparent and structured manner, so that it does not deem the civil society is controlling the IEBC, or the IEBC is ignoring the civil society. There must be a structured way of engaging with the civil society.
Is that all?
In terms of structured, in terms of their main activities, voter education, voter registration, intelligence gathering, dispute resolution. Yeah.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fatuma. I want to ask Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Yes, Chairman, thank you very much. Dr. You know, you mentioned the time you entered the university. You forgot to mention the time you left.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I forgot because it was in graduate on 9th December.
9th December, at what time?
11:20.
11:20.
That is when my name was mentioned
oh, yes.
by the Dean of Faculty. 11:20.
Yes.
Yes.
And
at bachelor's.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not go to the masters and to the, because of the
yes.
time difference in South Africa and Kenya, we might get confused.
Yeah.
Now, we are, I'm excited that you mentioned something to do with the members of the public voting. And we had given you the chance, you will have illustrated to us how a person is registered and can vote from home. In which countries is this technology happening?
No, I want to be honest, I'm not going to disclose it because there are many countries like Germany, but I'm not going to disclose because
there's not
if I'm considered and compensa Mwenyezi Mungu, the country will enjoy it for free. But if I'm not considered, they might contract me to
sell it to them.
Yeah. The time has come for people to be honest.
Are you bribing this panel?
I'm not bribing at all.
We must bring you in so that you can give us this technology for free.
I want to say this one. Every person in this world has as innovation or must come up with something that will make him or her more competitive.
I agree with you. 100%.
Yes, we have even patentized more competitive. Yes. Today, somebody who invented Facebook, if he went on talking in the street, he could not be around $183 billion rich. So a time has come for me to trend very carefully because this is an asset.
Have you tested this asset?
Tested actually, and I come with laptop. Yes. I would have projected step by step.
Then
how You go log in as a
Candidate.
voter, as a voter. From logging as a voter,
Yeah.
if you try to log in before, the system will tell you voting has not started.
Okay.
Voting has not started.
Yeah.
But this is a very serious issue. Very serious.
Yeah.
When you log in,
Yeah.
confirm if in Kenya we start voting at 6,
Yes.
you try to log at 5:50.
Yeah.
It will tell you, sorry, Nicodemus, voting will start in 10 minutes. Then after 10 minutes, when you log in after 10 minutes,
Yeah.
then you will be asked, which county? Let's say Viga County.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then which sub-county? Rwanda sub-county, for example.
Yeah.
Which police station? Moitoko police station. Then your name will appear.
Yes.
Your name will appear. Then you tick your name.
Yes.
Then from there, you go next page. Presidential candidate. They are there.
Yeah.
We have a presidential candidate. We to say we have Bode, we have Jackson, we have anyone.
Yes.
And then you tick. You go next page, governor for your county. From there, senator. From there, women rep. From there, MP. From there, MCA. Then before you submit, the system will recheck whether those are the people you have voted. Recheck. Recheck. Then from there, you submit. When you submit, comfortably, you will know which position ulikuwa na mangapi ku vote in your police station, how many people voted. You will know even at a country level, which million are you in terms of moving. The candidate will know who is ahead. Very clear. Yeah?
What about during closing?
Then, from there will be an article, approved and the running data. Approved and run data, the voter will not have credentials. That will be the credential of the IEBC. And I want to assure this commission and the country, kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu nipata hii kazi, there will be no dispute. There will be no dispute. No one will dispute the results. Number 2, at the closure of the voting, all those who are divided from MCA to governor, except the president, will know who has won immediately. But for the president, because of uploading and the running the data for constitutional threshold, the system, the country will know who has won between 18 to 22 minutes. Between 18 to 22 minutes.
After what time?
After the voting has closed.
What time will that be?
If the voting has closed between, the last person has voted and it has closed between, the system closed at 6, then the country should know that they are president by 6:25. By 6:25.
There will be no server.
Sorry?
There will be no server.
No, this system is highly intertwined in a server, such that even if you complain in the uploading, you are uploading the result from a particular place. Results are not uploaded periodically, the way I saw the other day doing. And sorry to say, I'm a consumer of intelligence. Any serious server with watertight security features, it should upload the result instantly. And in fact, we have a formula of a strength of the server. And that time I could show you how that server can withstand trillions and trillions of data without collapsing. So there's capacity. There is capacity. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair.
There is capacity. And the 500,000 people who would have otherwise not enjoying their democratic right to vote will vote.
Let me just ask a follow-up question, Chair, if you give me a minute. What is the level of computer literacy in Kenya?
That with the emergency and good infrastructure in our country, although I do not have exact level, but I believe the level of computer literacy is around 57%. However, this system will be piloted and the people will be trained. Today, Nicodemus, you can only go to bank when you want when you have a very, very serious assignment. You can withdraw money, you can in bank, you can pay school fees, comfortably even, or take a cup of tea at home. True or false? You can do that one.
Yes.
And it is your money doing that one. How comes that we can't vote from home? Ladies and gentlemen, what can hinder us from not delivering free, fair, and credible election? Why?
How will you identify your voters from home?
The system will have a bipolar security feature. Bipolar. Actually, I don't want to delve in it.
I think, Chairman, he's taking me deeper.
Yeah.
So let me just...
No, I want to... No, Kenyans are watching. Kenyans are watching.
No, because of time, I think because we have other candidates who might come in after you.
Yes, but I have gotten the Chairman, concept. If you agree with me, I want to address this panel.
It is me who you are addressing.
Yeah. Kenyans.
Yeah.
We address the Chairman. Kenyans. We address the Chairman. Kenyans are observing us. Kenyans want honesty.
Take a minute and explain bipolar.
Bipolar system, because me now, where you have taken me, I am not.
And bipolar identification in a highly computerized language, it means from the server, as a commissioner, I cannot use your duties to log in and vote. And as a voter, you cannot upload and run data. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
this one will be, okay, I said I am a consumer intelligence. This one will run over the country. The other day, Chairman, you and the Auditor General saying 200 Kims were lost and not traceable. Were lost and not traceable. And there's gold they can be used to, this is Kenya, they can be used to send a report. As a commissioner, when I'm sitting here, that technology, that way of voting, will counter those ones. We'll counter those ones.
Okay. You didn't say ICT is one of your skills. Is that one of them?
It is one of them, eh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Oh, okay, you forgot to mention when Linda asked. Yeah. But Madam Koki has an advice for you as an advocate of the High Court. Madam Koki, please.
No, actually not as an advocate, but more as an academic. You are talking about, thank you. You are talking about this very innovative idea you have come with, the system. Have you patented it? Have you registered it as a patent so that you own it? And then you can share it and everybody will know it's yours.
I'm testing and retesting, sooner or later.
Then you must register it, and then as a nice patriotic Kenyan, whether or not you succeed today, you can donate it to the IEBC, and Kenya will be a better country, and then we'll acknowledge you because you already own all the innovation.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your point of information. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Asante, I want to ask the Professor now to engage you about the server. Professor, please.
Jackson.
Prof.
What's your work experience? Where have you worked? As what? For how many years?
I have worked at the devolved unit for the last 12 years in senior positions of principal administrator, principal finance officer.
Does the devolved unit or units have a name?
Tharaka Nithi County Government.
Only in Tharaka Nithi. And you did your master's in which year?
Sorry?
When did you do your master's?
In South Africa.
When?
Between 2013 and 2015.
And you are already working in Tharaka Nithi?
There's a way you can ask for a leave.
And you asked for leave?
Yes.
And you did your PhD in which years?
2016 to 2022.
And you are also working in Tharaka Nithi?
Yes.
So all these innovations, you are talking about election technology. Where did you get it from?
Sorry?
All these innovative things on election technology, where do you learn it from or experience it? to the extent that you have a system you are developing.
Thank you very much. At one point, I became an election observer.
Talk to the mic so that we can.
At one time, I became an election observer. And also here in Kenya was a presiding and deputy presiding officers. And I realized how elections were being managed and the stress involved in those ones.
Thank you. My last question. Describe a specific instance where you are asked to do something unethical or advised to lie about something, if at all there's any in your experience. Elaborate on how you handled the situation and why you responded the way you did.
An incident where I was told to?
I said if there is an instance during your work experience or academic experience where you were asked to do something unethical or advised to lie about something, elaborate on how you handled the situation and why you responded the way you did. If at all there's an instance. If there isn't, also you just leave it.
My seniors understand my character, the way for many years I've worked with them, and I'm happy to say no one, and I want to appreciate them in a very special manner, no one came to me with an unethical request, no one.
Thank you, Chair.
No one came to me with an unethical request.
Thank you.
Okay, Prof, do you have 2 last questions, please?
You are an economist.
Yes.
So you know the general things about economics in this country.
Yes, but the professor, economic parameters keeps changing.
Okay. Okay. I want to ask you one that has not changed. I want to ask you one that has not changed in the last 2 years. Who is the permanent secretary for the National Treasury?
Dr. Chris Kipto.
Thank you. What is the legislative arm of the African Union, and where is it, which country and city is it situated in?
Legislative arm
of the African Union.
It is Addis Ababa. It is in Ethiopia, in a city of Addis Ababa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson. It's been a great pleasure talking to you and hearing about your extremely innovative thinking around elections, and just learning from your experience. I don't know whether you have any comment or a final something that you want to say, or a question, please.
Thank you. I want to follow up with Wakili. He asked me a question about the pressure. Where will pressure come in the management direction? Because there's a very clear law. The law is going to people and in data. Pressure. That one has actually entered in my heart. Someone pressurizing me to do something unethical, and there's a clear law, no chairman. So the currents I'm bringing in this one is adherence to the law, data management, and the fear of the road. In fact, you have seen, niongee kwa Kiswahili, huku nje vile kumechemuka. Professor, huku nje vile kumechemuka. You have heard even the opposition, what they are saying. they are cramming for use of manual. Your friend, you are all consumer of it. Even before you came here, you know me. You know me, this team knows me even before I came here. So you are consumer of intelligence, cramming about the manual. The opposition is cramming about the manual. Huko nje serikali imejipanga, upinzani umejipanga, wanajeshi wamejipanga, wakereketo wamejipanga, na pia wauni wamejipanga. Na unasikia pati moja inasema manual. As a commissioner, why are they talking about manual? Mr. Chairman, as I sit here today, if those commissioners who will come here will not be more innovative, and they come up with a very good system to support digital voting, we must experience a very dry day during voting. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Kindly remember to pick your certificates. They are somewhere at the door as you walk out. The notebook is yours, the pen, and even the bottle of water. It's been a pleasure talking to you, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Blessings
Thank you,
to you.
Chairman. Thank you, Chairman.
Asante.
Thank you. Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you. Thank you.
The camera should go for some humor. This is James Galgalo Jason, or Jason. Jaso. The M is silent. Eh? Oh, M is not there. It's just Jaso. Okay, thank you. Welcome. Thank you. All the way from Marsabit. To Nairobi. Thank you. We honor you for making that effort and for making the application. And congratulations for being shortlisted.
Appreciated.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this panel. And we will introduce ourselves. Then after that, we'll come to you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to your interview.
Thank you.
James, habari ya sahi?
Nzuri.
Mimi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Galgala.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jaso.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jaso.
Good afternoon.
And karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante.
Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interactive session.
Thank you.
Now we come to you, Mr. Jaso, and we'd like to ask you to introduce yourself. Let us know about your career profile and how it is suitable for this position that you have applied for and been shortlisted. Let us know whether you have any awards and any membership in a professional society. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists. I'm James Galgalo Jarso, a resident of Sololo, Moele constituency, Marsabit County, therefore I'm a Kenyan. I'm aged 38 years. You mentioned about awards. I'll share my stories, not yet awarded because the world do not know about me because of the proximity from Nairobi to Marsabit. My life is full of successes and, of course, resilience. Besides that, I'm going to interact with you. I'm a graduate from University of Nairobi with Bachelor of Arts Project Planning Management. I also have other qualifications, diploma in IT, also P1 certificate from Bondo Teachers College. Therefore, I could say I'm a teacher by profession, a tech savvy in that case, and also a specialist in projects, specialist in management, also monitoring and evaluation, because that's also my training. I have different experiences in terms of career, cumulatively 16 years of experience. One is a TBOG teacher at Moele Secondary School, teaching history. It's around 2008, 2009. Before I joined humanitarian world, from then my only employer up to date is World Vision Kenya, a Christian organization. I grew through ranks because of the commitment at work, the integrity, from the lowest cadre of being a food monitor, where I had a very good experience in community mobilization, community work, deeply seated with community, solving their problems, to an IT position in the office, system administrator managing systems. Also managed a system called Last Mile Mobile Solution, where we were giving food aid, and I was managing that system. Ensure integrity is, justice is done to the communities, the beneficiaries who are getting food, and no loss. For the period that I worked, we were handling around 10,000 households. The system is called Last Mile Mobile Solution. From there, I went to other positions, project officer coordinator, with very good experience in child protection. I could say one of the biggest success, why I feel I'm the best, top 40, even under 40, just that media has never had that story, is from Tiati in Baringo to Loyangalani, to Sololo, to Golbo in Moyale, to Northhor. All those areas are fragile, where children do not go to school. They do not even have access. An educational enabler, therefore, a voice for them, and brought through a campaign that I ran, of course, in partnership with duty bearers and communities, registered up to date 11,021 children to school who have never had gone to school. This is a very big milestone and contribution to the country, because I know and I understand where education took me personally, from the woods of Lataka Uran, on the slopes of Ethiopia and Kenya, today here, and the 11,021 children whom, through my organization, my personal consistency, are in school today, can be able to be competitive with other people. Besides that, I'm a problem solver. Through my monitoring and evaluation skills, I do program designs, project designs, which is aimed at collecting informed data. And using that data, of course, with the communities and duty bearers, we look at, identify the problems and challenges, and look at the vision where they want to go and solve issues. Also have a very good competency in engagement and advocacy, where one of the recent biggest achievement is Sololo, overseeing the programs. I'm able to learn that Sololo never had a water project or access to water, quality water for that, since Sololo is called Sololo or since Kenya got independence. So I was able to write a concept proposal. Also, the donors requested for co-funding, so I came and engaged with the government, the local government, and they also brought in some money. Cumulatively, 42 million shillings was raised. As we speak, Sololo have the perennial challenge of water is solved permanently. I am a child protection enthusiast. To date, I have, through my organization, rescued 28 girls from child marriage. Child marriage is a big problem that is affecting children in this country also. I believe when they are rescued, they are going to be, champions for others. I also have experience with IEBC and the defunct ECK also, during referendum, being a clerk, also being a presiding officer in some elections. And therefore, I understand what it means to be experience with IEBC, especially at polling station level. I'm a trust builder. If I say so, where I come from, Marsabit County, 14 communities live together, but they hardly go and interact with each other. I'm that one person who is able to listen to communities, appreciate them, and value and engage with them and get their feedback from them. I work in Northhor, where a Borana like me will not be able to work. I work in Loyangalani, where a Borana like me will not be able to work because of the ethnic challenges that we are experiencing in that side of the country. So I worked also in Tiati, was able to bring the communities which are warring and be able to stabilize the programs that we're handling. I would not be able to achieve all this without two things. One, my belief in God. I'm a Christian, not just by word of mouth. I believe in God. I always, for any decision that I want to make, I ask myself and reflect, is it godly? Is it real? Is it good? So on that day when God is asking for accountability, what will I say? I should not be on the side of just everybody, but on the side of the real. The second one, very important, is the model that I use called do no harm. That brings everybody together, inclusivity, regardless of the tribe, regardless of the religion, where do you come from. If it's a dialogue that we have, I bring everyone on board. This has been my success, and I'm sure this is also what IEBC requires, especially at this moment where we have a lot of mistrust with IEBC the Kenyans have. Thank you so much, and we can continue the conversation.
So are you still working for World Vision or not?
Yes, I'm working with World Vision.
Okay, and running another organization, or it's the same organization?
The same organization. I'm a cluster manager.
That you are referring to?
Yeah, I'm a manager.
Okay.
The same organization.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Jasso,
yes.
Contrary to what you have told us that you have never been awarded, I have seen almost 3 awards in your certificates. You got a Certificate of Merit Award as a best teacher in teaching practice in the year 2007 and 8. You also got a second position rugby for men. That's right?
Those days?
Yes, yes. Those are awards.
I'm sorry for that oversight. Thank you for correcting that.
And don't worry.
It helps me, it helps me to remember at last financial year, my organization, so the record that I was rated the best leader for the organization, what we call exceptional achievement, just because of the commitment and integrity. But I thank God for that. It's not personal.
And you know God is the best awarder.
Yep.
He does that even in ways that you cannot even expect. You have almost more than 15 years of experience from working for World Vision.
Yep.
So what experience are you bringing into IEBC in the event you're taken up as a commissioner?
Thank you for the question. I initially said IEBC is having a trust issue, especially among many Kenyans. It's not official, because no one asked me to do that, but when I was shortlisted, and as I interacted with people even on Matatu coming to Nairobi, I asked some few people what their feeling is about IEBC. 4 over 10. Only 4 over 10 will tell you they are doing better or good, something like that. So 6 over 10 have a reservation. So I said I am a trust builder. And I'm therefore going to bring on board that engagement with stakeholders. Everyone is able to understand the mission and vision of IEBC, the plans of IEBC, and this is done not like event. I'm sorry to say, whatever IEBC is doing, the visibility is big only during event. It's just like an event. But from day one, that people are engaged and trust is built. And we know when you engage and involve them, they can be able to give you feedback also. Likewise, because of my M&E training, I believe in developing some questionnaires. So we can develop some questionnaires. Of course, I'm not going to do it alone. It's going to be inclusive of every member, or the chair also, as well as the secretariat. That we run some questions is posed to the country, to Kenyans, especially even online. It's not expensive, just on the website. And Kenyan young men, young people can be able to give us their feelings. And the recommendations. For me, that is something, a feedback that we are going to take and see what's doable within the framework of our legal provision. Of course, the IBC, after what I read about is purely legal. It's not a shortcut. But we will bring on board the experts and ask, this is the recommendation from Kenyans, what are we going to do? I'm also bringing on board my experience and expertise in IT and see how it is going to help this country. Even people can be able to register themselves as a voter, as long as it's doable. For me, it's doable. But then we can have another level of verification. So engagement, and then timely communication. Madam Vice Chair, timely communication is very important. We might be having a very good plans for the country, but we are not communicating it timely. So it brings a lot of pressure. So we can bring on board timely communication, and communication can be done even online, short videos on TikTok, because our young people are very active on those social media platforms. So if IBC does this, we're going to bring back the trust. And when we are trusted, definitely we are going to be accepted and the country can progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jasso. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Jasso.
Yes, madam.
Have you engaged with the Kriegler report? The Kriegler report.
I read a bit about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are some of the things that were recommended by the Kriegler Commission in 2008 that have since been operationalized?
Thank you.
By the IBC?
Yeah. The Kriegler report actually made the former ECK defunct. And they're the ones which recommended IEBC revamped, where they're talking about independence, impartiality, and secrecy in voting. So I think IBC have done, because as a voter I have seen, it's a secret ballot. As a Kenyan I can see impartiality is there, because I read about it and I can understand. So generally it's about code of conduct, it's about the independence of IEBC as an autonomous wing that is going to oversee the operation of election. So it's a good thing.
So picking it up from the Kriegler's report, yeah, and the things that IBC have done thus far, including continuous voters registration, yeah, the use of technology, deployment of neutral security operations, all those measures that were recommended. Where do you think there are still gaps in the IBC, and should you become a member of the commission, how do you intend to, what strategies do you intend to put in place, or which measures can IBC adopt to ensure that it delivers a fair and a credible election?
Thank you, Madam Caroline. Yeah, my take is, yes, the Kriegler report was able to advise us on that, but there are still gaps. It's true, there are gaps. One is the legal reforms around there. Even the previous election, at the last minute, IBC was told to do both manual and electronic voting. So we might need to bring on board JLAC and see how legal tussles or issues are ironed out before time. One of the gaps is the election result that's announced. It's only for presidential, I believe, that is communicated, is shared online. Equally, Kenyans would want to see, even others, including MCS, that people can be able to interact and see. And because it is timely, it doesn't waste a lot of time. I'm looking at funding, which also is a competency I have, because I do a lot of fundraising. IBC is only depending on exchequer. When that one is not coming as expected in time, it gets a lot of delay. Therefore, there is need to mobilize resources before and help IBC run its business. Beside that, but connected to funding again, is value for money. Kenyans are asking 62 billion. I believe it's 62 or 61 billion there. Kenyans are asking 61, 62 billion for IEBC. What is it about? And I'm looking at Kim's Kit, which is an electronic device that supports us in election. It's getting 7 billion. Voter registration, 7 billion. So from an IT perspective, I'm sure it is doable for us to even make an upgrade of the Kim's Kit. It doesn't necessarily mean we are going to buy. We can, of course, there are secretariats who can advise us out of the 45,000 Kim's Kit, which ones are written off, so we can replace, but which others are functional, but we can be able to upgrade if the system allows. So we would have cut the cost and put that money to other places of need. Because in the strategic plan that expired, IBC was targeting 86 billion shillings. But recently I saw they are requesting for 62 billion. So then that one. Then another very important key aspect is enhancing digital or self-registration by Kenyans, which is even cheaper. Beside that one, we can also be having, it's this one government. We have the Huduma number, which is the NIMS. If facilitated well, we can intermarry the IBC system, but of course have access and control measure for IBC itself. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Did you say Huduma number or Maisha number?
The NIMS one,
okay,
which integrates the government. So it must be Huduma. It's Huduma, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Jasso.
Yes, Madam.
I want to congratulate you for giving 11,021 children a dream by being an education enabler.
Yeah.
I also want to congratulate you for participating and enabling the Sololo Water Project to provide water for that area. Those are some of the key challenges that you find locally. You are also right that from Kalacha, from North Hor, where you work, to here is very far. And I just want to tell you that what you are engaged with is really the kind of participation that this country requires. At 38, you have achieved a lot than many people who are much older. And just to let you know, today we interviewed 4 people in 36, 237, and 138 yourself. And that encourages all of us that in fact this country is going to be changed, transformed by people like yourself, as you say, and bring back trust. Now, in that quest, should you be successful, and I know very well part of the county where you come from, and should you be successful, how are you going to involve the potential voters of Marsabit County and the neighboring counties in registration of as voters and in voting itself, if you succeed?
Thank you. Before I answer your question, my experience with the IEBC is need improvement, if I'm asked. the staff, the secretariat need improvement. That's what the grade I'm going to give them. A reason, when you go to those hard to reach areas, member of county assembly has visibility than IBC. Everyone. When you go to county steering group meetings, I've never had any IBC staff there. I don't know whether it's a culture or there are some legal limitation. I don't know. But what I promise is, one, we will get a programming that is that can effectively serve those communities, whether they are farmers, whether they are livestock keepers, and then IEBC partnering with stakeholders like churches, religious groups, the sheikhs, the mosques, because you will find mosque in those places, you will find church in those places, but you won't find other partners. So we can partner with them, give at least 2 of their minutes as they address their congregation to talk about importance to register as a voter. If you want to make change, you cannot be able to make change. The rule is very clear if you don't register. So that means you are not even contributing positively to your country. So they are encouraged. It's announced. Number 2, we're going to develop messages, like talk points. Not only in Kiswahili and English, even in Rendile, even in Somali, even in Orma, even in Borana, even in Dasnach. So you speak to them in their language, they can be able to accept you very well. We can do this through community champions. There are those people who are not having any inclination to politics. So because IBC rule is very clear, we are not going to use them. So develop messaging. Number 2, we can do the registration on water points. You know, a pastoralist in Northor or in Korondile would love the animals. And they bring around market center one day, after 3 or 4 days, they bring their animals to water. So that is the day we are going to map out which community is bringing their animal to water, which day. So we go there, we talk to them. It's about visibility, it's about communication, so that we can develop trust to them. Then we are going to use, I said, religious groups, and most importantly, during election, not even during election, before it comes to election, Ambassador, there are places that people walk 3 hours. In Kiltipe, Uran Ward, I walked there to fundraise for water project. It took me 2 hours up the mountain, and I believe I'm energetic. What about a 70-year-old mama, a 80-year-old mzee, walking 3 hours down to Uran Primary or Uran ECD to vote? Or from Napkut in Tiati, coming to around Riongo in Silale to vote. So it's like we're punishing people. We need to bring these services closer to people. So when you bring closer to them, definitely they will vote, because the service is brought closer to them. Thank you, Ambassador.
How will you bring the services closer to them? So that they don't have to walk in steep hills?
Their polling station can be registered.
Okay.
After now engaging with them and they have registered for their votes, their voters, then we can bring a polling station. We have a primary school in Giltipe. We have an ECD in Napukut. I went there in Tiati, but we don't have an IBC. They have to walk, a polling station, they have to walk 3 hours, one way. So this is some other, it's actually a child protection issue for me. And personally, I feel pain when mothers who are pregnant and mothers with very young kids will have to walk just to vote. you know them, they don't see the sense of voting if it's not come closer to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jasso, and I hope the IEBC Secretariat are watching you as you say this, and I wish you all the best in the interview. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite FCP Attorney to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Chasom,
yes, sir.
Are you registered with TSC?
No.
No. So you didn't want to be a teacher?
No, I wanted to be a teacher. Actually, I'm a teacher even up now. Because once a teacher, ever a teacher.
But you didn't register with TSC?
I had another call
to
serve humanity in different areas.
That is okay.
Thank you.
Now, IEBC is required to be accountable to the citizens of this country for the resources that have been given. So the IEBC Act has provided for a mechanism through which this accountability can be undertaken through issuance of reports. So there are 2 reports that IEBC is supposed to generate or develop or prepare. One is the annual report, and another one is a post-general election report. That is, after every general election, they'll do a report, and this is where your M&E skills can come in. So what are the contents of these 2 reports? 1, the annual report, and 2, the post-general election report.
I've interacted with the post-general election report, but in terms of accountability, one thing I would have to say is to account for fund. In my organization, I call it Autobot, on time, on budget, on target. It might be different, but for IEBC, of course, this is an accountability to the country. We have to show the monies that we received. We have to show with evidence the activities that were done and how much money.
That is in which report now?
In annual.
In the annual.
In the annual.
This specific annual, this is what is contained. Post-general.
I'm coming to annual. Then the budget that was available for this financial year, the activities that were conducted, and the money amount utilized, and then variances, if any. We also look at risks, both actually, risk is cutting across, and the management responses. And it also captures if there is any audit that was done. If there is any audit that was done, and the action taken, and the recommendations in both is there. But come to post-general election report, evaluation report, this one is actually pregnant. I read the one for 2022, and it is showing even the number of registered voters and the number of people even that voted and what contributed in their own ways, okay? What contributed, the percentage. Like, for example, Kenyans only voted 64.7%. That is a decrease from 78 in 2017. So it brings a question. This is also where somebody like me comes in. Likewise, the observers, they give recommendations, both international and local, religious and even media people. They give a report on what they were able to observe, and recommendation is done. So this one is going to help now the subsequent election. Yeah.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions, please.
Thanks, Chair. James.
Yes, sir.
Now I want to take you to an area that maybe you are very conversant in terms of understanding some of the things that cause voter apathy.
Yeah.
Why some Kenyans decide not to vote. And in particular, we discuss civic education. in the last general election, we had almost 113,614 spoiled, rejected ballots. So what do you attribute? What are some of the things that you can say contribute to that rejected ballots? Does civic education contribute? Or does Fort Harpathy contribute?
Thank you. It's both. Looking at the spoiled vote, that's a big margin. We're looking at 50% plus one for somebody to be like a president. 113,000 can be 0 point something percent or even 1 in some scenarios if it's added to other. Voter apathy also contributes. I'm not voicing for Kenyans, but Kenyans do not have trust to vote because there are questions that were never answered. And I feel some are even not legal. It's about proactiveness, sharing information in meantime, so they don't vote. Civic education is also a main contributor to spoiled ballot.
Civic education or vote education?
So for voter education, of course it starts with civic. How they are told, I've not seen, not experienced. I stay deeply in community. I've not experienced IEBC staff training communities or voters on the voting itself, or getting a dummy ballot paper to tick and show. I've not experienced, and I feel I'm in the community deeply and be able to know. So it's only done to the polling and the counting clerks and also presiding officers as well as deputy presiding officers or election officials. So we need to train people well. Likewise, there is also a reason for spoiled ballot that we have not mentioned, is which I can say here, is people would like to do it themselves, but they do not have capacity. Maybe an illiterate person. This also contributes. Likewise, there are people who are so emotional. Many Kenyans are emotional during voting and election period, just very emotional. And so we go into a lot of drugs abuse, and then we fail to tick inside, but then go outside the box. It's something that we can partner with religious leaders, religious organizations, civil societies, speak to our people. And engaging youth. Like Kenyan youth, we have Bunge la Wananchi, they call. I follow them. They have a lot of information. They can be able to be brand ambassadors to help us overcome these challenges. Thank you.
As a country, do you think, in your own opinion, we are ready for giving Kenyans a sample ballot box outside the polling center? I remember last year when we were in the US, we were doing US observation, and I could see the Democrats at the entrance of the polling center, they have a sample ballot.
Yeah.
And then the Republican the same.
Yeah.
Do you think that can happen here in Kenya? And what are the risks?
It's doable. It's not going to be the real ballot, but we can have a dummy. Just a piece of paper. I don't see why we struggle a lot with many things. We can have a piece of paper printed from my printer, and then we can show our people here. This is the polling station. As you go to the polling station, then we can have dummy names of the candidates and say, you can tick. But ensure if you tick, it should not get outside of this box. It can be X, it can be tick. It's doable. Just mindset change.
I mean,
but there should be a legal framework that advises. It's consultative. It's not just as a commissioner who does it.
The last question I have
sir.
for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think IEBC should make themselves into the business of trying to tell Kenyans the role of elected leaders. And like measuring, you know, if you did Synovet Ball, you'll realize that most Kenyans will be measuring the performance of the elected leaders on the social programs. But when you look at the real thing, the elected leaders, their role is actually legislative, oversight, and representation. Yeah. But what do you think IEBC can do in that? Do you think IEBC can do anything on that? Because that's where we have the most problem. Because you find that even candidates who have been declared winners, hardly a week goes and you find some Kenyans saying, oh, you Mbaya, even before they start anything. So what do you think is IEBC role in that?
It's a delicate balance, because anything that touches politician is very emotive. But it's a recommendation that should be taken into consideration. Reason is, if IEBC is running election, we do voter registration, we do civic education, of course, through even organizations, religious leaders and CSOs. Then it still comes back to us to help Kenyans understand the role. You have not mentioned names or political parties or individuals, but we are saying this is the role of this position. That's doable, something to be considered.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Asante. Over to you, Chair.
I request Fatuma to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. On Mr. Jarso.
Yes, madam.
How can IEBC involve the public more effectively on matters that affect elections and also boundary delimitation?
Yeah. You know, Kenyans now, we have a big population of Kenyans who are tech service users of social media, so I can say they're good in technology. We can be able to engage Kenyans through technology, through maybe something like a survey, and then get recommendations from them. Where we have communities or parts of people that are not tech savvy, we can have engagement with them in town halls, in religious conferences, in churches, in mosques, and be able to engage with them, get the feedback. Basically, that is going to build trust and help us redeem ourselves.
Is that all?
Maybe you can.
When you say technology, how would you use technology for public participation?
We have things like monkey survey and Kahoot, the systems that you can engage with. But we can have X call with Kenyans, and I know they are good, they can join, and they can be able to participate well. But public participation it's integral. In whatever kind of decision that we make, from voter registration to even delimitation of boundaries, we need to engage them, the elders, the youth, and everyone. But issues of the boundary delimitation is emotive. And it's also pegged on the population quota, where I saw. Currently, we have 290 constituencies. So we must have a scientific formula to see that we have to split this constituency to this because of the number of people. So we have to engage with the electorates, and we have to engage with the leaders, and we have to engage with other partners, including even the legal fraternity. Then, as we near the decision making, we can bring on board technologies like GIS for boundaries delimitation. It would save us and help us, but it should be very delicate, because there are communities that are marginalized, and issues to do with boundary might affect them. So balance between marginalization, marginalized community, balance between one of the smallest community like El Molo, smallest community in this country, and how we can now engage in delimitation is something that requires a lot of public participation. So it requires everyone, including communication, the media, so that they do not misreport.
If you are to design a public participation engagement for IEBC, specifically targeting the people of North or from all the different corners, how would you design it?
Thank you. One, I have to map the people, the culture, and in those areas, it's common that they live along tribal line. We have Ileret, which has good Dasnach community, very deep into their culture. We have Gabra here, we have Turkana the other side. So we bring everyone on board, and I mentioned that one of my biggest capacity is do no harm. Issues to do with the boundary should be inclusiveness. So I bring on board everyone, inclusivity, then have one dialogue. They bring their submissions. We subject these to further analysis with the legal team, and then we give them feedback before we even put on the gazette. But of very good importance is community meeting done at community level, where everyone is included, including persons with disabilities, including women, including youth, including elders, and those even minority, marginalized community are brought on board. And then I might not speak their language. We must get a champion from that community who speaks same language, community champion, people who are not inclined to politicians. But then even leaders like politicians, we will have another engagement with them to make them understand that this is from community. Basically, it's about everyone, but doing no harm. We cannot have a discussion with so-and-so, and then the other community or the other person is not aware. It is emotive. It can burn the country, and we might not, we might have the pre-election violence start, build up, and bring the country to a problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Nicodemus to ask his questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. James, I've seen in your CV that you have a lot of interest on ICT.
Yep.
Or IT.
Yeah.
With your skills on IT, how will you help the IEBC in reducing cost of election?
Thank you. It's a wonderful question, Mr. Nicodemus. If implemented well, of course it has to be subjected to the legal framework and understanding from the legal experts. But a country like Estonia, I read, one of the countries in Europe is using electronic voting purely, and the elections are not that expensive. Ours is expensive because we do not hasten and accept it fully. One way is to start small. I believe in this country, if we engage every stakeholder, we can be able to start small. Cities like Nairobi, 60% of Nairobians, or people from Kisumu County City, people from Eldoret City, people from Nakuru City, people from Mombasa City, have a good understanding of at least basic IT skills. And university students, we can start small with them. Of course, it has to be an idea from my side, but be accepted by the commissioners and other members, and of course subjected to Parliament through JLAC, and then have to be accepted by the judiciary. We can have at least for the first time, Kenya can have a polling station or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, which is purely run on digital kiosks. That one would have reduced the number of even polling and counting staff. Where we have now 6, and then we have 2 security guards per polling station. That is 8. It can be reduced to 2. So that would have saved the country a lot of money. Likewise, we can have voter registration done online. As I said, we can marry, or of course with a lot of care, we can marry with the civil registration department, where we can be able to eliminate even a person who voted in 2022 but died in 2024. The death certificate, of course, this is not applicable everywhere. The country is big and diverse. Now this person, the civil department have the record that this person is deceased. So instead of IEBC going back to mass reviews of voter registration and then striking through who died, who is living, who is where, it can be reflected through system. And then voter registration can be done online with a lean number of staff who can only provide technical backstopping. Likewise, we can, for the places that we've now agreed, we can have a polling station that is going to go digital fully. Then we can now have an end-to-end security. I know cyber attack is also prone, and people would be able to do whatever they can with their capacity to attack the system. Not everyone is good, but we should have an end-to-end security, and we should have the system up and running, somebody on desktop environment helping sync the flow of data. In as much as we also do this, we have to look at data integrity and consent of Kenyans. Do they want to be registered fully? Yes or no? It's a consent, so that IEBC cannot get itself on the wrong side with legal. Thank you.
Thank you. By using that technology, what percentage will you have saved the country in terms of resources? Can you just give an estimate that if deployed, how much money can you save in terms of percentage?
Wonderful. It's a nice question. If a polling station has 700 participants, of course maximum, it can be less. And then we can have 60% of polling station in Nairobi running on a digital platform with only 1 staff. We have saved 7. So that's a good amount of money. It can be, maybe we need maths, but at least 5 billion can be saved. Because we can now do it in cities. Okay? So, as well as also, as opposed to hiring thousands of casuals who can support on physical voter registration, we have allowed Kenyans to do it on themselves, like university students. They can do it well. And we have a big number of university students joining. Can be university, can be technical courses. So, and they can accept it because they are good to it. Because they see walking 5 kilometers or 2 kilometers to polling station, the nearest polling station is a wastage of time. And that they can do it perfectly from where they sit. It was saved. I will also look at what is costing to Kenya. IEBC event, I could call it. Election is just like an event. And for 7 days, the country will, our fellow Kenyans will be on public holiday, which is not official. So it's a regress to the economy. This Nairobi city, people will be flocking all the way to run to go and vote. So we have saved in terms of input to economy, in terms of saving, cost saving, and conveniences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, I invite Professor Adam Salo to ask you some questions. Professor Law, please.
Thank you, Chair. So just for you simplify things, especially for somebody who's dealing with marginalized community. It's amazing how you simplify things which some people make very complicated. And that's where I want to start, especially insofar as presidential election results are concerned. Article 138 at subparagraph 2 says that if 2 or more candidates for president are nominated, an election shall be held in each constituency. That's what produces Form 34B, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a returning officer, if JASO is the returning officer for SACCO, he's announcing the presidential result for SACCO, which has been tallied from the polling stations in SACCO.
Yeah.
Then, at 3C, after counting the votes in the polling station, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall tally and verify the count and declare the result, the minor KI ruling, confirming the same. That Form 34A for each polling station is the result. True?
Very true. Actually, the election is either lost or won at the polling station.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I.
Then we have this mammoth. We've just talked of where Form 34A comes from. In one, it is being declared. In one, it's being announced. And that's the result.
Sure.
But we have this tallying center, either in
Bomas.
KICC or Bomas,
Yeah.
in which you are bombarded with so many polling stations, and you're told, go and pick from there, and they're coming from all over. Commentators have said, they are coming from all over. You're trying to pick this. This one has arrived from which county? Not related to that constituency. You are all over. Yet, there is a presiding officer, like you are, announcing for a polling station, which is the result. There is the returning officer announcing for the polling station that you announced. What is so difficult in the media and other stakeholders capturing JASO announcing and recording and counting the returning officer announcing and recording? Because all that happens in KICC and Bomas is simply the collation of what has been announced officially. So that I avoid my pet subject today. So rather than say fungua server, what can we do so that stakeholders and the media and agents are present and they have their own data and pictures and videos of JASO announcing, of the returning officer announcing, and that therefore all is happening up here, just like happens in America. It's just saying, this is what was announced. Rather than, oh, that image came, oh, it was supposed to be on PDF, oh, it was supposed to be in what format. What would you do if you are commissioner to solve that perennial problem?
Thank you for that question, Prof. I share that sentiments with you. Just that I do not have authority. But I know commissioners are also limited with the legal framework. I keep referring to this because I read and everything is about legal. As I said, election is lost or won at the polling station, like 46,229 for that case in 2022. But still the challenge is we might not have media presence in Saku or in Ileret because of the distance we appreciate. It's important for IEBC, of course, when I get this position, is to bring on board the media. Of course, train them on what we are required to do. Not coercing, but this is the system, this is the formula. From when we start preparation for election until that day, so that they cannot misreport. And I know social media, there are people who are influencers, who have many followers, verified accounts, who can be able to just give their opinion or report what was said before verifying. And because they have bigger followers and even big media houses follow them, it's then reported. There's a very big lapse. Like in the previous election, 2022, we are watching, all of us. You will see this media house, this television house is reporting this for this specific candidate, and the other one is also giving this for this specific candidate. It's like they have their own candidate. So, you know, media, they're here. They're supposed to be watchdog. They're supposed to be impartial. And therefore, they have to report the reality on the ground. Why can they get? Of course, we are going to create an open window for them to engage with IEBC. And IEBC is going to be available for them, whether at county or constituency level, or because those are the approved officers. I know presiding officer is not approved to engage, or whether it is at BOMAS or KICC. Likewise, I'm of an opinion that we do not need only the presidential result from 34A to be sent to Nairobi, where it's going to be collected, but for even other positions, all of them, so that Kenyans from comfort of their house or their office, they can be able to see who won and prepare for celebration or a different one. It's okay. So engagement, timely communication, because I strongly believe if we do not give people timely communication, anything can happen. The devil, in form of human, can bring fake news because IEBC have decided not to engage with people. Likewise, the digital platform for IEBC, whether it is social, the Facebook, whether it's X, whether it's TikTok, if it's not there, we're going to, of course, seek legal opinion and have it. And then whether it is Facebook or Instagram, we should have one. And then give people timely information without any biasness.
I hear all your
comments. Doing all this through transparency, I believe the Secretariat can do that.
I hear your concern. Of course, in America, you know, Fox is a Republican, you know, CNN is Democrat.
Yeah.
Yet
Even
they are still able
Sure.
to go to a particular state and say, this is the result.
But Prof, I want to add there.
Yeah.
We can have brand ambassadors and even media personalities, at least from every media house. We can have one to be able to get access to information from approved officers and share with Kenyans.
My view is this, Jaso.
Yeah.
And you just think about it. You don't.
You know, I'm a layman.
You don't have to answer me now.
Yes.
I'm saying that all the gazetted polling stations, a presiding officer or a returning officer will be saying candidate A officially before putting it in a tree or a notice board. They'll be saying candidate A has gotten this, candidate B has, that's what I want captured, whether in digital, whether it's in this media
Excellent,
houses,
excellent. Yeah,
so that that presiding officer announcing, everybody can see what they announced as approved. Is that very difficult?
It isn't. I want to add this. It isn't.
Thank you.
We have presiding officers. It's actually 8 electional staff at every polling station. My only worry, I'm not a legal expert. I'm not. But I have my other areas of expertise, like dialogue, communication, engagement.
Thank you.
So the 8 people there, apart from the security, we can have one of them who can be able to share a timely report with returning officer who can be able to share with media. But the issue is the media having capacity to go to every part of this country.
Citizen told us the other day that in 2007, they were everywhere.
They are not.
Well, no.
I've never seen Citizen or another media house in Ileret.
They might not have been in where you're saying, but you also know that in 2002, the results were declared even before all the constituencies came, which means there's usually a threshold that when a candidate reaches, it doesn't matter whether the others have come. Anyway, that's a detail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. I want to ask you for your last 2 questions.
Thank you very much again. Just so you know that IEBC works with various stakeholders, and one of the stakeholders is usually the political parties. Who is the registrar of political parties?
I can't get the name.
We'll pass that one.
Sorry.
Then I ask you, I thought that was the most easy one, but let me try another one.
You can, thank you.
Even get it. In which city and country is the headquarters of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, located?
Pass.
Okay.
I've lost my history. Sorry for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Jasso, do you have any final words or comment to make?
Thank you so
or
much.
Question.
Thank you so much, members of panelists, for having me and through this engagement and conversation, I also have learned a lot from you, all of you. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to share, not only with you, but with the country, what I feel. And I'm sure it's going to be helpful to Kenyans, if I get or not. I wish good of luck to the successful candidates, and also wish to thank you as well, wish you well as you undertake this exercise up to end of this month. It's tiresome, but God will take you through. Lastly, thank you for having me. Many people called and asked me, whom do you know? I want to declare before the camera, I know no one. No, that's honest opinion. It's like people believe so. I know no one. And this panelist is able to go through the CV and I'm shortlisted. But it doesn't mean I'm going to be a successful candidate. If anything happened, I'll go back to my duty, serve the children in the best way possible. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, and blessings to you. An amazing, positive spirit. We have enjoyed talking to you, and wish you well. Regards, please remember to take your certificates. You'll find them with an officer at the door. The notebook is yours, the pen, and the water.
Oh, wonderful.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Come to the end of our day, and we will see you tomorrow in the morning at 8:30. Blessings to you.